I'm surprised. I don't notice any benefit to it at all. I tried it on some weak signals. I didn't notice any benefit to it at all, but I am running a BHI DSP noise reduction unit, but I didn't even notice it when I turned it off. So the only thing I can say about it that I did notice is every once in a while, we count, stand by one. Geez, I'm getting that noise. That's weird. Some sort of overshoot here. It must be a function of the sync detector itself overshooting. Huh. That's interesting. Anyway, it does a real good job on SSB. I don't know if you've ever played with them. It's the first time I've played with it. That's why I'm talking about it. And plays nice as an AM detector. Plays real good as a sideband detector. And says high fidelity on the front. So I might keep it around as a sideband adapter for the 390 or similar, anything with a 455. And so it seems interesting, but
What, Bear?
Nothing. I got a little bit of QRM in the shack, so I unkey when that happens. Anyway, what was I saying? I can't do otherwise is if there's a little bit of repetitive pulse noise on the frequency, then the sync detector seems to mute that some, I presume because it inserts its own carrier without the pulse noise, but that's all I can say. Have you ever worked with the Sherwood engineering unit, Bruce?
WB2GCR, this is W2XR. Your signal's taking a trip through one right now. I've had mine for a number of years. I love it. I think it works great on AM, works great on single sideband like you mentioned. I use it with both the R390 and the R390A. I've got a coaxial RF switch, so I can connect the 455 kilohertz IF from either of the two receivers into the SE3. And yeah, I can't say enough about it. I mean, just about everybody's doing everything with sync detection with SDRs now, and of course you and I are using a hardware approach, but I think it's great. I wouldn't be quick to pass on that. If this is something you're borrowing in terms of deciding if you'd like to hold on to it, I would keep it.
Yeah, W2XR, WB2GCR. Well, I have it. It's mine as of right now. But I'm asking, what have you noticed in terms of its working as... That little plink when I key up is really annoying me. Okay, I'll turn this gain down a little bit. It must be an overshoot. That's what it must be. That I don't get out of the native 398. Well, okay. But I'm wondering what you see when you have it in sync mode that is superior to regular AM detection.
Okay. First of all, the tendency towards selective fading is essentially completely gone. That's number one. And let me give you, I guess, three different scenarios here as to how I've used my R390s over the years. The first was, of course, taking the audio right off the audio output transformer, which is, you don't even want to go there. The second was to use the diode load in either receiver right into an external preamplifier, and that was a several orders of magnitude improvement compared, of course, to the internal stock audio within the receiver. And I used that approach for many years. And then I got the SE3, and I found that the received distortion caused by the diode load in the receiver, a lot of that completely went away. And I think that the SE3, for lack of a better term, really imparts essentially transparent detection. It uses a very linear detection scheme, and of course, by virtue of the insertion of the carrier in the sync mode, again, the selective fading is largely gone. So that's the third scenario, and I have no intent of ever, going back to using the receiver as a diode load. Even if you used it as a diode load, of course, you still have to contend with the issue of the selective fading on AM here on HF. And with the sync detector, that's a thing of the past. But real quick, to answer your question about the 3-diode load, no, I never wanted to go with that approach because that's in my opinion, a dirty way to gain loudness. I think it puts a strain on the modulator, and although it really should protect against a modulation transformer failure, once you start triggering that 3-diode limiter, the IMD goes up substantially. And incidentally, this was verified through testing that Tom, K1JJ, has done. And what I like about the GFZ circuit, and why I finally decided to put the thing in, is it's completely out of the circuit until you hit the baseline. So it's not going to have any impact in terms of any increase in IMD, even if you do hit the baseline. If you hit the baseline, all you're really doing is just the audio from the modulator is going into a resistive load, and it shouldn't have any impact on transmitted IMD whatsoever. So anyway, I set it. I'll send you an email of the unit as built, some photographs, and I'll send you the schematic diagram as well.
Yeah, okay, fine. How often do you have to push the lock button?
If the station is, let's assume within, I don't know, this is just a random guess, maybe 150 hertz of my receiver frequency, it'll lock up very quickly. But if they're several kilohertz away, you've got to do it manually. But there were several different versions, and I have the latest version. The latest version, I believe, had the switch, the little toggle switch along the bottom row of toggle switches. It says AR in the right-hand position, and in that position, the sync detector will kind of wander until it finds the carrier and locks onto it. I don't know if the earlier units had that.
No, mine doesn't. I sent Rob an email on that. He hasn't replied to that request. He gave me some other information. Now, do you have that in yours, and do you keep it in that mode regularly, or only on occasion, or never? And do you have any other technical information, schematics, or anything like that?
I always keep it in that mode. In fact, it's funny. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was cleaning here in the shack or something. This was just a couple of months ago, and I'm noticing the thing isn't locking up. What's going on? And it's the kind of equipment that I really never have to touch. So long story short, I noticed that AR switch was in the left-hand position, which essentially defeats it. Flipped it back to the normal position where it is right now, again with the AR enabled, and she works great. I don't have any schematic for the unit. I don't know if Sherwood considers that to be proprietary information. As far as using the unit, I don't use the internal audio amplifier. I take the detected audio out, and I run it into a Dynaco PAT4 preamp, which for ham radio purposes, believe me, is just fine. And then I use that to drive my Altec 1568A, which is triode connected EL34s, to a Altec 604C in a 612 cabinet. And that's what I use for listening off air.
Yeah, where are you getting the modulated out? Is that the aux out, or are you pulling it off someplace else?
Again, I don't remember, but there's if I remember correctly, there's a RCA phono jack in the back of the unit, which I believe is the detected and buffered audio, low impedance source, I'm sure, and then I drive the input to the Dynaco in the, one of the auxiliary inputs.
Yeah, W2XR, WB2GCR. Oh, very good. Well, I asked him for the info on how to put that AR switch in. I might bug you and ask you to take a good picture of where that switch is and what the components are that are in there, because I might be able to make a determination as to what he did. I see a spot on the board where a switch would go if it was in that hole, and there's some unpopulated holes, so maybe with a couple of good pictures I could figure out what he did and put it in, and we might do that. That would, that would increase the utility of the unit greatly, because I was listening to a roundtable with it, and oh man, you got to reach up and hit that switch a lot, and the unit here, I don't know what it's missing the top and bottom covers, and there were wires coming out of the that switch and wires coming out of the two test points, and what I think someone was doing is remoting that lock position so they could push a button at their operating position and not have to reach up to it for convenience, and maybe creating an LED indication that it was in lock mode or something, because there's two test points on the board and there were wires coming off them. So I don't know exactly what that was, but clearly the two wires off the switch were to remote the function of the lock. Now the up-down buttons, have you used those at all?
Are you talking about the offset / lock switch?
No, the one to the right of it with the arrow up and the arrow down. Never had to touch it. In fact, the only time I've ever had to use the offset / lock switch is, again, if somebody is really off frequency, like 4 or 5 kilohertz, I just toggle the switch down to the lock position, and the detector it locks up immediately. But that's only an issue where you have a guy who's running like a Valiant or a Ranger with a VFO that's either drifting or he hasn't properly zero-beated the transmitter to the receiver. A lot of guys are running a PLL as the primary source of frequency, and once you dial in the frequency you want and everybody's on the same frequency, there's never any need to touch the sync detector. This Valiant, I haven't fixed it yet. I just got the tubes for it. The tube, I bought 2 of them. I bought some new old stock Tektronix 6AU6As to put in the VFO here, because I don't want to change them ever again. I don't want to put a used tube in. I didn't run across a fresh one in my wandering through my stuff. I bought a couple off eBay. I've never had to replace a tube in a piece of Tektronix tube gear. And I ran a lot of it for a while, so I presume these will last. They're selected GEs. It's a matched pair, not that you need a matched pair, but it is a matched pair. So when I open up the hatch on the Valiant VFO here, I'll put that in and double check the Chernobyl resistor. But this Valiant drifts. It drifts very nicely. It just takes off. So, if I was running a Sherwood sync detector, it would drive me crazy.
Yeah, you've got to make that modification for the the AR feature. It really separates the final generation of the SE3 from the previous ones. Like I say, it's something that I never have to touch. The only time I'll ever have to touch the sync detector bear is, again, somebody will join a QSO, and if they're really off frequency, just have to toggle the switch down. And if I have to do that more than maybe 3 or 4 times, I'll just ask that particular station who's off frequency, you know, can you please 0 beat my carrier? And then once that's done, everything is fine. But I have a question for you. Did you ever do anything with that, what brand was that? Singer? I can't even remember. You know, that spectrum analyzer that you had gotten from me a number of years ago?
I got an SP3 from you. Is that correct?
I don't even remember the model number. All I remember was a beautifully manufactured piece of vintage vacuum tube equipment, and it was in nice condition, a little dusty, but I think it was a Singer unit as far as I can remember.
Yeah, I got most of the way into it. I have 2 of them. I think I mentioned that. Yours was the second. Got one up in the rack. It works pretty good. I don't remember which one it was. What typically happens, among other things, to those units is that those attenuator switches that go in series with the input, they can't take any power, and typically for reasons, I mean, they're rated at milliwatts. They're super low capacitance switches. They're made, I had to open one up to fix one. They're also found in those switchable attenuators that you buy at Hamfest, if you can still find them, that have the BNCs on each end and a bunch of toggle switches. But those have super low capacitance switches where the body of the switch is made out of Teflon. And the way the switch works is unlike a regular snap switch. The baton, the bat handle, pushes a little round barrel down to one end of the switch, where the edges of the barrel, which look a little bit like the wheels on a train, except they don't have the edge to stay on the track. They're raised a little bit off the barrel. Two contacts, one on each side, left and right, of the side of the body of the switch. Not the bottom like a regular switch or the back side, but the side. And the way this switch works is that barrel rolls back and forth. And that's the way it works. Well, you can see right there. You can see right there that the contact surface is equal to the, that's not a tangent, is it? A point on the outside of the circumference of the wheel, that is the outer edge of the barrel, and it sits flat on the contact. So any sort of power going in there arcs the contact. And the contact is gold-plated, and it ain't a lot of gold. It probably would have worked out better if they made the whole thing out of silver alloy. But they made it out of something gold-plated. And once it arcs, that switch ain't worth diddly. And that's the problem with the row that was in the one that's working right now, I think. And either that or it was in the problem in the one I got from you, that it wouldn't pass any signal. And if I remember right, I had figured out how to disassemble the switch and make a repair. Put it that way. A repair was made that was in the range of satisfactory. And I believe the switch was put back together. The rivet had to be removed. A number 2 or number 3 screw had to be put in its place, blah, blah, blah. Wow, that was a lot of stuff to fix a switch. But you can't buy those switches. They're not made. You can't buy that switch. And I'll tell you what else. A lot of those attenuators that you buy at the Hamfest, when you open up the back end, you see that a couple of those switches, usually the first or second switch off the input side, has been replaced with a regular standard toggle switch, and that will not work out to the bandwidth that the unit was designed for because of the capacitance of those regular toggle switches. So anyway, that's the story on that. It's sitting on the shelf downstairs, and I've got one running up in the lab. So that's the story as of now.
Good evening.
There he is.
Uh-oh. All right.
I guess I have it. Okay, very good. Heard the braking station. You're acknowledged. WB2GCR and the braking station. This is W2XR Long Island. Very interesting. I had no idea about that. I never fired that thing up at all. You may recall the history of it. I had gotten that from a local ham who I had known for many, many years, who had passed on, and his son had this equipment, and they were selling all this stuff off, and I thought it would have been a really nice addition to my R390 or R390A. As I remember, the front panel on that spectrum analyzer was even the same color, and it was in nice enough condition that I could have dolled the thing up and put it here in the shack, but I just didn't have the room. It's just too large, and I almost got to the point where I was going to start parting out the power supply. Never did anything else with it, and it just sat in my garage, and you happen to be the lucky beneficiary of that piece of equipment. But I did not know that about the switches. And was the issue with the capacitance of the switch to ground or the series capacitance, or probably a combination of both? Probably more so the capacitance to ground, because that would have clearly have limited the usable bandwidth like you had mentioned. But at any rate, let me turn it over to the breaker. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Wow, and good evening, N1BCG.
Yeah, hi, Clark.
Well, hello.
Indeed.
Good evening, Clark.
That's quite a message. Yeah, all right, let me wrap this technical discussion up with Bruce and say I may go down there and look at it again to remember what was left over. But the biggest problem with these is the short cable that came with them that goes between the power supply and the unit. You know, they really should have had like a 6-foot cable so you could plant that stupid power supply at some distance. It's a big problem. Over.
Yeah, I think the interconnecting harness was a pair of MS connectors at each end, and certainly multiple interfaces within each connector. But it was a beautifully made piece. God only knows what that thing must have cost brand new. And I'm going to guess it was vintage, maybe 1962, 63, thereabouts. And good evening to you there, Clark. Boy, you guys are both pounding into Long Island tonight. Very strong signals.
Yeah, we're talking about a this is a Panoramic Radio Products SP3A Spectrum Analyzer. Well, the trick with it, if you were going to run it, Bruce, which I need to get into, is that the IF out on the 390A is not sufficient because it's only going to be as wide as the widest filter that you're running that day. There's a place before it gets to the IF that you need a little buffer amplifier, and you can come off there if you manufacture yourself a T connector and run that into a little buff amp and put another jack on the back panel, and you can come out with about 50 kilohertz before you get to the IF section, which is really peachy keen for it. So I've got all the info on how to do that. I know what to do. It's just another project on the list. Over to N1BCG in the quarantined province of, Connecticut.
Yeah, I went out grocery shopping tonight. It's amazing. It's like everybody's wearing face masks. I brought paper bags because, they discontinued the plastic bags due to, the environmental concerns, so it's been only paper bags for the past year or more. So brought back my usual paper bags for recycling, and they looked at me like I was the virus. It's like, what's wrong? And they said, we can't touch these paper bags. I said, why not? They've been here and home and here and home and here and home like a million times in recycling. They said, we only do plastic bags now. Oh, we've gone back to that. It's sort of like eggs are good for you, then they're bad for you, then they're good for you, then they're bad for you, so now all of a sudden plastic's good, right? And they said, well, no, we're not allowed to touch plastic, or we're not allowed to touch paper bags. Okay, fine. So I packed my own bags. But man, what a surreal world it was grocery shopping tonight. It's just getting weirder and weirder. Oh, one guy came up to me in the aisle wearing of course, he looked like Butch Cassidy. He said, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. I said, what kind of mask do you have on? And he said, well, I made this at home. I said, back in February, there was a huge media campaign explaining how masks only prevent germs from being spread, not from you getting anything. It doesn't do anything. And also back in February, they were saying that it is actually dangerous for you to be wearing those masks because they don't do anything. If you look at the micron filtering ability of your average, cotton scarf or whatever the hell you're making that out of, a sock, or maybe your old boxers or whatever, the COVID virus goes right through it. So you're basically accomplishing nothing. Looks cute wearing that underwear across your face, but it actually doesn't do anything. God, that pissed the guy off. And one BCG.
Well,
great job.
Well, our illustrious governor here, Herr Cuomo, has decreed that as of tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and I don't know if it's in the morning or at night, anybody out in the public space, out in public, I don't know what the word is, they said it on the radio, out in public is required to wear a face mask. Now, I can understand it like, okay, within 10 yards of the entrance to a store. I can understand it inside a store. I can't understand it walking around the block when there's nobody on the street. I can't understand it.
It's called covering your face. Heard of this little thing called the Bill of Rights?
Well, that's suspended due to the state of emergency.
No, that only happens if the president declares martial law.
Well, that's not what the governor thinks.
Well, he can think whatever he wants, shit in one hand, want in the other.
A cop walks up to you and offers you a summons to appear. And you walk away from him, and he keeps walking towards you, and you keep walking away from him. He's gonna arrest you for attempting to evade a peace officer. So there's a bit of a dichotomy here.
Well, let him give me a summons to appear, and I'll because circuit courts have no jurisdiction over it. It'll have to go to federal court, and they'll have to explain why they don't think the Bill of Rights applies.
I'm sorry, what's your call?
AB3AL.
Oh, okay, fine. No, it's okay. Well, it's going to cost you a boatload of money to prove that you're innocent, so... In any event, Clark, you're absolutely right, but the thing that a mask does do is it will retard the expulsion of droplets. It will also retard the inhalation of droplets. Retard it. Now, what's funny to me, WB2GCR, is, well, I don't know if it's funny, but I watch TV once in a while. I try to avoid the news, but I watch TV once in a while, and I always enjoy seeing them interview a health professional with a mask on. And as many of you probably on the frequency know, if you have these standard masks with a little metal thing on the bridge of the nose, you're supposed to pinch it so that it clips your nose. And I'm standing there watching the TV, sitting there, and I'm looking at this health professional pontificating about this or that, and the stupid mask is riding a good half-inch off either side of the person's nose. And I'm thinking, huh? What the?
Look, I get something is better than nothing, but I've heard being in the media, being in the real media, not that we're trying to pitch some line to you, but in the neutral media, I have heard so many health professionals go into such excruciating detail about how masks works, the whole concept of microns, what they keep out, what they don't. If you're sanding down your floor, your hardwood floors, you can put on a cotton mask and that'll keep it out. If you're sanding the toxic blue paint off the bottom of your boat in the spring to repaint it, a cotton mask will keep those particles from being inhaled. But when it comes to something like the COVID virus, those things are so small that if you were to magnify those so that you could see them, the mask, the fibers in cotton would look like the suspension rods on a bridge, and that really doesn't do anything. Now, again, rewind the clock to February when they were going crazy, when there was a mask shortage. And they were saying, people, do not go out and buy masks. They do not prevent you from catching the COVID virus. We need those for medical professionals. So pause that thought. So part one could be, all right, they're saying that because it does work, but they don't want the general public hogging them because they really need to go to the medical professionals. I get that. But part two was then the CDC was getting on, doing a big campaign saying, well, no, the reason why we're saying that is because you don't have the right masks, and we don't want you to have a false sense of security. So the medical world would have the N95 masks, and the rest of the planet would be having these masks that would prevent you from, sneezing or coughing. But this is only for people who are infected with COVID-19. Now you've got that dingbat governor of your state, New York, saying, quote, you can make any kind of mask you want, even if they're, what did he say? Attractive bandanas. Yes. Mario Cuomo Jr. said you can even use, quote, I quote, an attractive bandana. This is a medical professional, I guess. The point I'm trying to make is you have a lot of people who are out there manufacturing stuff out of old socks, Hanes underwear. Some woman got out of her car and before she walked into the supermarket tonight, rolled up the collar on her ski coat, and that was her mask. I mean, that's like, where do you draw the line here? I think we're approaching insanity, but that's just my take on it. I think we really need to have real medical professionals outline what's realistic and what's a lot of nonsense, because tonight I saw a lot of nonsense out there. And on BCG.
So my governor. The bank.
I've been using one of my wife's old bras.
Into the bank.
That works pretty good. And plus you got two of them, WL7B.
Yeah, can I make a transmission? This is W2XR.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
And the exhalation of the COVID-19 virus is the N95. I think everybody would pretty much agree with that. Either that or, of course, something better. What's better, I've seen these, looks like a pressurized oxygen arrangement with a face mask, a little battery-powered, I guess it's a compressor or a fan or a blower mounted on the person's waist. I guess that's even better. But at any rate, one thing that I did hear about the COVID-19 virus is that you're correct. You're dealing with a virus that's, the cross-section's on the order of a micron, but the virus tends to clump. You're not necessarily breathing in or exhaling individual COVID-19 viri, if there is such a word, but rather relatively large clumps. And I think the logic here is that anything perhaps less effective than an N95 may offer at least better chance of the virus being intercepted before it's either being exhaled or inhaled than using nothing at all. And I did not know that Governor Cuomo had imposed that new restriction about going out in public today with a mask. That's news to me. My wife and I went grocery shopping last night. And similar situation, Clark. The store is empty. And we try to go about 6:15, 6 o'clock thereabouts, in anticipation of the store closing at 7, because management had told us that that's typically the time when there's the least number of customers in the store. And the shelves are well stocked. There are still no paper products on the shelves, but generally speaking, most of the customers are practicing good faith in terms of maintaining good social distancing. And the management of the store is very carefully regulating who goes to which checkout aisle, and it seems to be working. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. The station AB3AL, you may have some kind of an audio issue in there. I don't know what kind of a transmitter you're running, but maybe it's being overdriven or something. But just wanted to bring that to your attention as a friendly note. This is W2XR. We're in Long Island. Name here is Bruce. And after that, I don't know, did anybody hear what I just said? Modulation monitor said I'm putting out a signal.
Yeah, I heard what you said. I think what's necessary at this point is for a clarification on that. Because, I mean, what you said makes a lot of sense. Also, given, though, that it only takes very little of that. But you're right. I mean, something is better than nothing. But you know what? Someone needs to speak up about this, because right now there's so much conflicting information out there as far as whether or not to use a mask, what kind of a mask is effective. I mean, there was a point in time 3 weeks ago, really just about 3 weeks ago, where they were talking about, unless you've got the right material, don't even bother because it's not going to do anything. So the fact that there's, like, the message is evolving, and I don't think it's improving, I think it's just evolving, that there needs to be a clarification, because I think that people like me are getting kind of disenfranchised with the conflicting information. Because February is going completely against what they're saying now, and the argument could be, well, but we know so much more about it now. Good. But let's hear people, not, me, not talk show hosts, not fake news announcers. Let's hear right from medical professionals. I don't mean governors. The governors can go sit down. But I mean real medical professionals who are experts at this explain the latest as far as what really does work. And then that's going to get people on board, because otherwise you've just got, 2.5 months of conflicting information, and it just again, for people like me, it makes us kind of like, no, you guys don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, what's really going on is it's a coup between the deep state and the lizard people to see how much of our civil liberties we can tolerate being taken away from us.
I kind of agree.
And on that note, I'm going to say 73.
I am too. Have a great evening, everybody, and one BCG.
Well, wait a second. The lizard people are real.
Yeah, but I have a phone call. Catch you later. 7-3.
Take care, Clark. Oh, boy. Take care, Clark. Maybe we'll continue later. I would have really thoroughly enjoyed continuing the conversation, but I do not believe in speaking about politics here on amateur radio. This is W2XR.
This is AB3AL.
Good night.
Lizard people are not
Goodbye there, Bruce.
politics.
K1JJ.
Hola, Tomas. How are you? Sounding good. How does my negative carrier loading sound, my friend? K1JJ in the group from W2XR. We also have, or we had in here, Bear, WB2GCR.
Hey, Bear. Yeah, I've been listening for maybe 10 minutes or so. And so you got the thing working, the NPL. How about that? Well, I got to hear more about that. Hey, I just broke in because I heard you guys mention about the size of the coronavirus and the mask, and I got this off the web. There was an article written in the medical magazine recently, and the coronavirus in microns, the average is between 0.06 and 0.14 microns. Remember that number, 0.06 to 0.14. An N95 mask, the smallest size it will handle is 0.3 or larger. So you can almost say an individual coronavirus is half the size. It's just too small by 1/2 size, you know what I mean? 0.14 versus 0.3. I thought that was interesting. I never thought of that. I never even figured to look it up until I heard you guys mention that. So that's the scene. And hey, congrats on getting your NPL working.
Oh, don't call it an NPL. Call it an NCL.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. We're playing around with both of them. Yep. Negative cycle loading versus negative peak limiting. Say that 10 times and you won't forget.
Now, all kidding aside, it seems to be working just fine. In fact, after dinner tonight, I decided to fire up the rig and see if this thing does what it's supposed to do. I installed it yesterday afternoon, finished up the installation late last night. I cleaned up a little bit of the wiring as far as the Packard 440 high voltage cabling, where I broke the interconnection between the high side of the modulation transformer and the modulated B plus into the final amplifier deck, and connected my CD player to my transmitter and into a dummy load, of course. Didn't want to have my wife take a look in the back to see if this little LED is flashing on and off. And I first listened to the audio with the rig set up completely normally, just the way it is right now, you know, rarely hitting close to the baseline. And I didn't hear any degradation whatsoever in the quality of the audio off the CD player through the off-air monitor. And then I decided, well, let's go for broke here and let's hit the baseline. And sure enough, take a look at the little LED back there, and she's flashing away. The only thing I'd like to change, Tom, is I think in the email that I sent to you and Frank and John yesterday, I used a 2-volt LED, and I used a string of 4 silicon rectifiers to get what I thought would be sufficient ignition voltage to the LED. You know, by assuming a 0.6 volt voltage drop per rectifier times 4 would be, you know, for all intents and purposes, about 2.5 volts. But the LED that I use, it's not that bright, but I'd like to get an LED with greater luminosity. Maybe I will do what Frank did. Maybe I'll stick a Zener in there. Got a ton of these HP 5-volt high luminosity LEDs with a built-in current limit resistor. But, you know, now that I know it's working and what can really go wrong with the circuit, I may just leave well enough alone. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that to you. That's interesting about the cross-section of the virus. When you're dealing in cross-sections of that small an area, you're probably talking rather on the order of angstroms. And I did not know that the particle entry size, for lack of a better term, of an N95 mask is, I think you said it was 0.3 microns. I think that's what you said. So you're right. A single coronavirus particle could penetrate through that filtering element in an N95. But I don't know if you caught what I said earlier, in the sense that from what I've read, the COVID-19 virus tends to travel in literally clusters. And if you had more than 2 of the individual particles clustered together, I would assume that it probably would not pass through the N95 mask. That's just my guess. But, you know, I guess there's always the real possibility that a single particle could be airborne, and it could pass through the filter element in the mask. Now, in my judgment, and I won't hold it too much longer, I think what the country really needs are 2 things. Number one, I'd love to have, and I'd love for my wife to have, a supply of N95 masks. That would make us both feel a heck of a lot better. That's number one. And number 2, and obviously everybody's pushing for this, is there has to be, you know, by definition, widespread testing and certification that you are either immune by virtue of antibody testing, you don't have the virus, or you do have the virus. And if you don't have it, or if you have been verified as perhaps having it by virtue of having developed antibodies on the basis of exposure, then you get, you know, some type of a proof, like a driver's license almost, that you're clear for takeoff. But that seems to be what's really being bandied about right now in terms of reopening the country. K1JJ in the group, this is W2XR.
NAQPC.
Yeah, QPC. Go ahead. This is Tom in Connecticut, K1JJ. And I'm just running 150 watts tonight. Might be getting walked on. I heard NPC break in. Why don't you pick it up? And I think I also heard Daryl. Go ahead.
Hey, I appreciate it. Now, I got a question for you. I've been wearing some N99 masks that I had. Now, supposedly the N99 is supposed to be a little bit better. I don't know exactly why. I had picked up a 10-pack of them, and I paid through the nose for them. I paid $80 for them, but I was happy to have them in the Detroit area here, because just to go to a store, it's just you're taking your life in your hands. Any thoughts on an N99? Do you know what the difference is?
It'd probably be just as easy as looking on Google. That's how I did it. I just searched size of the N95, and it was written right in there in Google. And then the coronavirus itself. So I bet by the time I finish talking here, you could even look it up and know. Yeah, it's probably, you know, that's exactly what I was going to suggest is a screen that is less than 0.3, which is the N95. Or come up with a fabricated screen. What if you had 10 layers as an example of a very fine, you know, the resultant random cross-section, you know, pattern would be much less than 0.3. You probably could simulate something very, very tiny, like 0.06, the smallest of the coronavirus. So, and it's a lot to do with randomness too. I mean, you know, what happens if you just rub something on your hand and then you rub your eyes? Well, screw the mask. You're out of luck, or something comes in the mail, or the mail lady sneezes and you got a big gob of spit that has, you know, millions and millions of the virus. And as you say, the clustering is probably a big point. You know, you get a big cluster. So it's going to be just a matter of luck and randomness, you know, how you can actually be. And what if someone you're with has, you know, tests positive, but you don't even know it for a few days, and you're, you know, touching everything they touch. So, you know, there's a lot of luck involved too. But why not? I was down the store yesterday, and it was almost like everybody's walking around like the night of the living dead. It's almost like wearing the 3D glasses of the past. Do you remember the 50s? You look at a photo, and everybody's got the 3D glasses on, the whole crowd. And I'm walking around the grocery store, and everybody's got these masks on. You know, I didn't feel so alone, but it did feel very, very strange, you know, doing that. And I noticed a lot of the grocery workers themselves did not wear masks. You know, all the customers did, but the people working there, I'd say half of them didn't have masks on. So I didn't understand what that was about. But there was guys going up and down the aisles cleaning and, you know, disinfecting. Good on your NCL there. That's real good. Glad you got it working and flashing. Yeah, make that LED as big as you can. You know, why not have a big light? Make the Zener 10 volts. You know, make it a real flashing bastard, just like a what were those things? I can't think of the name of the modulator monitors of yesteryear. The big bulbs, you know, so you kind of knew. So let me see if Daryl or somebody else broke in, and then flip it back over to you, Bruce. This is K1JJ.
B2GCR has returned.
Hey, Bear, why don't you pick it up?
Tom Gates, RCA. You like my squeak when I key up?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, you need a big, it's a feature. It goes point. Are you guys hearing that when I key up?
I thought I heard a sound, yeah.
That sound?
Yep.
Yeah. That's bloody annoying as all get out. Yeah. I think it's an overload in this SE3. Oh, well, what am I going to do? I don't mute it. There you go. I'll have to work on that. Maybe get a little more isolation. Yeah. Well, I don't think you can use multiple layers to accomplish a mask effect. You can it'll slow down the velocity. That's the other problem. These things have to breathe. You have to have enough openness to allow a person to exhale. Otherwise, everything starts getting real hot under that mask. And that's the problem with these masks. I've got a couple of, respirator-type masks from Harbor Freight. And they're ideal. I think they're probably capable of filtering out the COVID. It's a particulate mask followed by a carbon. Not carbon, they call it carbon. It's charcoal. Activated charcoal filter and some other stuff. That might be enough. It's not a replaceable filter on the Harbor Freight. They used to sell an AO, which had a replaceable filter. Now, in theory, you could take the replaceable filters, chuck them in the oven at 235 degrees or something, kill everything in it, and bring it right back out and use it. I'm afraid the Harbor Freights that they're selling now, made in China or not. Oh, what are you going to do? Boy. Quite a scene. Yep. Avoid. What was that movie? Roddy Piper was in Them. I think that was the movie, yeah.
Yeah, I have a cousin who does
Yeah, it's 90. The N99 is also 0.3 microns, by the way. Just a different filter, different paper, I guess it says.
I have a cousin that does medical research. He's a doctor. And I was speaking to him the other day, and he was telling me that all these orders to wear masks, whether it's N95 or whatever, are pretty much a farce. The average flu, the normal influenza, can be transmitted through the ocular cavity. So basically, whether you're wearing a mask or not, if your eyes are not covered and somebody breathes on you and is infected, and the vapors from their breath reaches your eyes, you can still just as easily get it as if you breathe it in. There's absolutely no difference. So the whole mask order is a farce.
Well, the mask will keep someone who's breathing out the particles from having as many of them escape, because of the absorption of the liquid material by the mask itself.
Yeah. And the common flu can be transmitted through farts. So, and that's been proven. So, I guess we gotta get N95 underwear too.
Gee, that's really bloody annoying. Holy crap. Gotta do something about that. I don't know how to overcome that. Anyway, I'll just need a bypass switch on this puppy. Anyway, yeah, WBTGCR. Yeah, you don't have that type of underwear? It's the only type I buy. Yeah. Well, the whole thing with the mask is just to prevent aerosol spray. And all it's going to do is keep everybody from spraying more aerosol than normal. It's just going to reduce the aerosol spray, which will reduce the transmission. I am going out, I'm announcing here for the first time, I hope the news media picks up on this, as they should. I am wearing my flame embossed welding helmet with a mask under it when I go out next time. That's it.
Will you be able to see through the smoke glass?
No, it's electronic. It flashes down instantly.
How about just a clear
Or you could use your diver Dan outfit as well, a helmet diving outfit.
I don't have one of those, but the face mask for a snorkel, that has some merit, or a diving face mask. That has some merit.
Oh yeah, with an oxygen tank, why not?
Well, that would actually
I think at the end of the day, there's no such thing as 100% protection against this thing. We just try to take the best mitigation methods that we can and hope for the best. But again, that's very interesting what you said earlier, Bear. I did not know that the governor had mandated the use of face masks beginning at 8 o'clock in public places. Just a sign of the times. I just have to change the subject for 1 second. And Tom, I just wanted to ask you very quickly. Frank, of course, had mentioned that the NCL will not eliminate, of course, the need for spark gaps across the secondary of the modulation transformer. Now, I've always had them between the center tap, each side of the center tap, rather, to the corresponding winding on the modulation transformer on the primary side. I've always had them across the modulation reactor, and I've even had them across the swinging choke at the input to the high voltage supply, but I've never had one across the secondary of the modulation transformer. And I think, again, it's been so many years since I put the spark gaps in this rig, but I think my logic for not doing so was, if I remember correctly, it was Don, K4KYV, who had mentioned that he did not think it was a good idea. And I think his logic was that if the gap should fire, that you do run the risk of perhaps drawing too much current through the transformer. I mean, it would be a transient event, but it kind of made good sense to me at the time. But, Frank's point, again, was well taken, that the spark gaps will provide protection against an excessive positive going peak. So I pulled some parts today, and I'm going to make up a spark gap to put across the secondary of the mod transformer. And I think at that point, we will have done everything we could to provide for as much protection of our valued modulation transformers as possible. I even have a 500 milliampere fast-acting high-voltage fuse to the center tap of the secondary of the modulation transformer, kind of as a last resort means of protecting that component if I ever lost grid bias on the 833s or something like that. But again, I don't think there's much else we can do aside from operating our rigs intelligently, which means, taking steps to avoid hitting the baseline and keeping your fingers crossed. K1JJ in the group from W2XR.
Whatever you're doing, it sounds right here. AB3AL.
Yeah, KB3AL. Yeah, he definitely sounds great. Hold on a second. Got to be careful. I'm on the little rig tonight. Yeah, K1JJ. Yeah, I think you got the right idea there. Definitely the right idea for us. The reason I say that is I once had a mod transformer. It was a 10 kW mod transformer that I was able to get reasonably cheap with a choke. And that was made by RCA, professional, transformer. And it had professionally installed ball gaps on the primary and the secondary, and so did the Heising reactor, or the mod reactor, had gaps on it. And I've always remembered that. And they obviously know what they're doing when they're dealing with a size, iron like that. And I did sell it, and it weighed 800 pounds, the mod transformer, and I think the Heising reactor was 600. The guy who bought it up in Maine put it in his pickup truck, and it broke the axle on the way home. So that was as a fitting epitaph. That's how that iron got away. But you're doing the right thing. You can only do so much, and especially when you have protection on the negative cycle, but you don't have any on the positive cycle. So why not put some gaps in there? I would ask Tron about that. That specific question. About putting power through the mod transformer versus not, and whether that really matters. What if you get a flashback going the other way that originates in the secondary? Who knows? You get a flash over the Heising reactor, which puts power right across the secondary of the mod transformer. It doesn't always have to come from the primary. That's just a guess. So I came across something interesting today. I've been running this rig. Well, let's put it this way. I put a square wave through yesterday, or any time in the past, in this FT1000D, and it was a very nasty looking square wave. It had a taper to it. wasn't clean square wave. So I got rid of a capacitor in the balance modulator today, and I can run a 1 hertz square wave through the transmitter now, and bring it all the way up to 2,000 cycles, and it's still perfectly square. I've never had a transmitter that could do that with a square wave. Of course, the triangles look good in the sine waves, but you're hearing the cleanest version I've ever had of this transmitter, for what it's worth. For what it's worth. But you can't do that with a transmitter with a transformer in it. There's no way. You wouldn't have the hope of ever getting a square wave through it. But you can do that with the Class E rigs. Those things are DC coupled. You get a beautiful looking square wave through those. But very few transmitters. Well, I guess you got the Flex and the Anons. They'll put one through too. So it's a different world with a balanced modulator, and not with running iron. So let's see. I heard Alpha Lima break in. I think KB3 Alpha Lima. I think we've talked before. This is Tom in Connecticut. And Bear, you doubled with Bruce the whole transmissions. I didn't hear anything you said, but that's the way it goes. AL, go ahead. K1JJ.
So the truck that broke hauling the transformer back, was that a Ford? It had to be a Ford.
I don't know. It's been, like 20 years since. And by the way, I don't know if I think I doubled with someone. The micron, the size of the N99 is also 0.3. So it's a larger size. It's the same exact screen, except it's a different paper, I guess, in the filter. So neither of them would stop the smaller micron, 0.06 to 0.14 of a coronavirus. So that's for what it's worth. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just going to pass this over to Bear. My wife is a nurse practitioner, and in dealing with this, they ordered everyone at the hospital pop-ups, which are basically the full hazmat suit, just the top half. And because even they've said that the masks don't do anything. Eye contact, the filtration of the mask is not enough in dealing with those patients. Take it away, Bear. This is AB3AL, and for the previous station that commented my audio was a little too hot, I've rolled it back. So maybe that's a little better. I'm still working out some other problems with the stations, but we'll leave it as is for now. AB3AL.
Yeah, I don't know where Bear is. He's going back and forth, I think, between the workbench and his equipment. AB3AL in the group. This is W2XR. Yeah, I'm the station who made that comment about your audio. Pardon me. Sounds much, much better now. Yeah, that's interesting, Tom. When a rig is DC coupled, you can certainly get really, really good square pulse response.
Yeah, and in fact, the negative peak limiter works very well, low level, according to Steve, QIX, when it is DC coupled. So, not that I have one on here, but yeah. I guess you get the best performance you can out of the rig you have. The components, we're never going to get a square wave through a modulation transformer. So, you gotta work with what you got.
There's actually a guy in Greece for $85 shipped to the U.S. He's manufacturing Steve's negative peak limiter low level, already populated, ready to go. And I went ahead and ordered one because by the time I added up all the parts, I'm paying $20 more to have the thing already done. So we'll see how it works out.
Oh yeah, it'd be great. In fact, if you could run some two-tone tests and really hit the negative peak limiter hard, as a low-level device, I'd be real curious how it does. I know I tried it high level. Negative peak limiter, the 3-diode circuit basically, not the cycle loading, which I use also now, but I got rid of the 3-diode circuit because I hit it a little harder than I guess this is normal, everybody realizes it now, but I hit it too hard, it was generating tremendous intermodulation distortion and splatter. But that's high level. Low level, it may be a different situation. You may have a low pass filter in there, and you can get away with it. So run some 3-tone tests and really hit it hard, past negative. And I'm real curious what you see.
Yeah, I should have it in a couple of weeks. I just ordered it along with some BLF 188XR, the LD MOS amplifier FET. Ordered 4 of those and two pallet circuit boards and all the parts. So I want to build one up for 6 meters and one up for HF here. And if my Bristol spline wrenches ever show up, I'll replace the filament choke in this damn Henry, and you guys won't hear this hum anymore.
Really? How do you know it's the filament choke?
It's a common problem with Henrys, and they actually they actually offered free parts for a while before they stopped making HF amps.
The reason I asked, Frank GFZ had a linear for the longest time, 4CX3000. He couldn't get rid of that hum, and it was 60 cycle, if I remember right. And it turned out it's because he wound two separate filament no, it was a single rod for each leg, and the hum just continued. And then he wound it on as bifilar on the same core, and the hum went away. So I don't know if that's anything to do with what you've got, the same problem, or so what actually went wrong with the filament choke to give you the hum?
So Henry, on all of their 3500 amp tubes, tube amps, they wound the filament choke on a toroid, and just like you said, up one side of the toroid they wound one leg, and up the other side they wound the other leg. And the fix is just to, around a single rod, wind them in bifiller. The second mistake they did was put a 10-volt transformer in and wire the filaments in series, which is a big no-no. That causes problems on its own.
Well, I'll be darned. You know, yours is only the second one I've ever heard besides Frank's that someone actually said, yep, that's the problem. You know, you hear hum every so often on the band, and I've often wondered how many of those are bifilar or single wind like that. That's interesting. Well, we should spread the word. You know, it's a problem that I'll bet a lot of people will never suspect. You know, you'll have a rig, you'll look in there, you'll measure this, you check your capacitors, you check your audio, you check everything, and it's still there. And that is one of those problems. It's the design. You know, it was built properly, but it was just a poor design.
Well, the cool thing about this amp is Henry made a 2K, a 3K, a 5K, and an 8K. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. I own a 2KX, which is the export model of the 2K. Basically, it's got 10 meters and a beefier power supply. I own a 4K, which has a roller inductor and a single cap for tuning. That is a great amp. I've got an 8K. The 4K and the 8K are sitting in my storage barn because I'm in a townhouse. I really don't want to fire those two up here. But they're all done the same way. And even though the others had single tubes, they all had the filament choke wound the same way. And it's just a stupid move. I mean, the amps are built like tanks, but then they do that stupid move.
Yeah, it's well, the way that thing will hide is if you're on sideband, you're never going to know it's there. You're going to get a little inner mod. You're going to get some mixing of hum in your audio, but nobody would, unless you got a really sharp ear, you're not going to hear it. But then the guy tunes up. He says, yeah, Joe, you got a little hum when you tune up, but I don't hear nothing now. You're talking fine on sideband. Then you get on AM. How many people use it on AM? And it shows up like a sore thumb. So that's an insidious problem. I'll tell you, Frank went on for, I'm going to say, I don't know, 6 months to a year and never really could find it. And nobody really knew what it was until, I don't know how, you're going to have to ask him how he found it. But go ahead, Bruce. We don't want to leave you out.
No problem. I'm just listening to you guys go back and forth about that. That's interesting. So I guess what Frank did is when he rewound the filament choke, he rewound it rather so that he had phase cancellation, and that essentially nulled out the ripple component on the filament. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds right. It's like a balance thing, counterbalance with a winding like that. In fact, I'm running a Henry 2K right here. My amplifier is a pair of 3500Zs. I got a homemade power supply on it. I'm running about 1500 volts and 150 watts of AM carrier. And you say, how come you brought it down? Because if you look at the typical operating parameters, you get You can get up to like minus 45 dB third order intermodulation distortion figures by running a 1500 volt plate. It goes from like 33 up to 45. I'm running this for cleanliness. That's the reason I wanted to do that. And yeah, you can run more than 150 watts of carrier, but I decided this will be my summertime linear, and run it that way. But I think that's the scene with that Henry. You know what I did? I just wound my own choke in there. I just took the core, put up a rod instead of a toroid. It's been so long since I've done it, but I never had a hum. In fact, there shouldn't be any hum in there. But that is an interesting. That's an interesting situation. You think you're doing a better job by winding two separate cores. You got less saturation if that really is a problem. But until you wind them on the same core, you got the hum.
Yeah, I've already fixed the 4K, but like I said, it's just more than I really want to run here. And the 8K, I fixed it also. So I picked up this amp. I was at HRO one day, a couple of years ago. A lady rolled in and she said, "My daddy done died. He worked on the CD all the time. And how much you give me for this amplifier?" And they looked at her at HRO and said, "We don't want it." And I went out to her van and I said, "I'll give you $400 cash for it." She said, "That's sold." So I walked over to the ATM machine, pulled out $400 and handed it to her, and home it went.
Yep, $400 for some cash heat.
And AB3AL, what is your name and where are you located, sir?
But once you got into the classic series, the power supply, and not the old style that's kind of like the gray face, the dark gray face, but the newer style. When you had the 2K Classic X or above, the power supplies were all the same. So the transformer, the entire power supply in this is the same as it is in the 8K. It's 4,000 volts at 2 amps.
Yeah, go Bruce, you guys doubled.
Yeah, that's what I heard. AB3AL, what is your name and where are you located? My name is Bruce, and we're located here in Long Island. This is W2XR.
Name here is Mike, and I'm located 35 miles northeast of Baltimore.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to get that down in the log. I think we've worked before, but it's probably been a while. But I can hear that 60 hertz hum very clearly in that amplifier, and no doubt Tom can hear it as well. It's very interesting about the filament choke being the issue. You're right. Like Tom said, it's something that you'd think was really properly designed. The product itself was beautifully manufactured, but the engineers clearly overlooked that one issue. So, Tom, how come you're not running the big rig tonight? I thought you'd get a lot of pleasure out of running that, and I see that you're also considering building up something that's of lower power using like a 4D32, or I think I saw something about an 813 or something like that. K1JJ in the group, this is Clear Channel, W2XR.
Yeah, you'll be one of the guardians protecting the piss weakers like me. K1JJ, okay, Bruce. Yeah, isn't it strange that when it worked out with Henry? I don't know. A lot of people make the same mistake, I'm sure. Why am I on the little rig? I'm still basking in the excitement of getting a square wave to go through this little FT1000D. So I wanted to run a small linear rig. And yeah, I'll tell you what happened. I mean, there's a little history in that. in this same rig, I had it on the bench about 2 months ago, and I went in there and I tried to take out that capacitor on another audio unit board in the FT1000D, and I screwed it up really bad. The balance modulator smoked, and the surface mount stuff got me in trouble trying to remove some caps. And I found another one on the web, on eBay. Got the board, put it in, and it worked fine. I said, I'll be damned if I'm going to do this again, you know. But here it is 2 months later today. I said, I got to go in there, and I want a square wave to go through. And I know what's stopping the square wave. It's this electrolytic capacitor. So I didn't want to pull the board out. I did a capacitor crush, like the Tron suggests. And I just took some pliers. I crushed the electrolytic capacitor, and the 2 leads were sticking out of the board. And that's exactly what I needed to tap into the balance modulator, get one of those leads soldered to it. And I put the thing into the, put a square wave through, and I looked, and it was perfect. 1 cycle, hertz, square wave, perfect. I said, this is unbelievable. You know? So that's the background. I got the balls to finally get in there and pull that capacitor out and not ruin the board. And I was just lucky that I found another audio unit board, which has like 25 connectors coming into it. I mean, it was a major thing to, a lot of risk. You know, I could have just lost this FT1000D forever, you know. It was that close. I'd probably have a flex. That's probably what had happened. What am I working on? I'm working on the design for a single 813 modulated by a pair. I got some mod iron, about a 40, 50 pound out of a broadcast 250 watt station. You know, and I got the sockets and, you know, the vacuum variable, and I'm kind of putting it together. I got 2,000 volts. I already got the supply built. It's the one I'm on right now. It'll be a common supply. And, you know, it's going to be a summertime rig. I want a plate modulated rig for the summer. The only one I've got is the 41000 plate modulated rig. All the other rigs are linear amplifiers, most of them homemade. And then this FT1000D is the exciter, so it'd be nice to put something together. It'll put out probably 250, 300 watts, something like that. It'll be a good summertime rig, so you know, sweat yourself away. So you got your project over there, and I'm looking at something new. Mike, over to you. Yeah, we've talked before in a bigger group, though. You know, big group, you really don't get to talk to anybody. AB3ALK1JJ.
Yeah, I gotta get back into the building mode. Work has got me so busy. I do IT for a living, and every once in a while I get into electronics. What you really need there, Tom, is got a really nice Haku circuit, complete with a hot air gun and everything. They're not cheap. I actually needed one to do a job that I did for a customer, and they paid for it, so you know, essentially it was free for me. But I haven't, in my entire amateur career, I haven't really built anything. I modify a lot of stuff. I seem to always come across big amps and different radios that, I mean, I've got an FTPX 5000 somebody handed to me in a box, said it's broken, give me $500 for it, and I tore into that and I got it working again. Then I found out what it was worth. I mean, I got crap sitting on the shelves around the shack here that I don't ever fire up, and I'm on a Flex. I'm on the original Flex 1000, which is a pain in the butt. Up until recently, the software only ran on Windows XP, and some guy in Russia modified a newer version of one run on Windows 10, and that's what I'm using tonight. Now I've got the negative. I've got an Invonix 223, and it's over in the shed. It needs recapped. All the electrolytics are bad. I know it works, but it's got a worse hum than the amplifier does. I've got a dedicated computer that is set up for audio processing, all the VST plugins. That's upstairs. I built it up. It's actually running Linux. Maybe I'll drag it down here, and I'll have 6-band, multi-band compression, and everything else. But yeah, I've been off the air for about a year and a half. Someone put down the antenna, and I was so busy at work, I just said, screw it. And I recently got a hair to actually wind the 50-to-1 transformer for end-fed half wave, and I did it, and that's what I'm on. So I'm on an end-fed half wave right now, completely resonant, no tuner. It's near vertical, goes up to about 105 feet, and then it kind of bends over the last 15 or 20 feet. So I've been pretty happy with it so far. I slide down to the DX window every night, and it performs quite well. I need to go see a man about a horse and get another beer. So I'll be back, guys. 83AL.
That must be the 75-meter DX window.
Yes, it is.
Oh, hell, I used to live down there. It was my residence. I haven't been there much, maybe a month ago, but yeah, we'll definitely run into you sometime. Maybe hold court in tandem. You know, it's I've got some good antennas up for Europe that I use, beverages, and you know, I took it real serious at one point.
Yeah, like you said, Tom, I think he's going to go see a man about a horse. I'll probably have to do the same thing pretty soon myself. That's interesting about what Tim called the capacitor crush. I hate working on surface mount stuff. In fact, the maintenance philosophy, you probably know this, of course, for many, many companies that manufacture goods that use surface mount electronics is just chuck it out. Throw out the defective board and pop a new one in. I mean, it depends upon, of course, the cost of the board and the complexity and whatnot, but it's just such a pain in the neck to work on. In fact, you could see that the construction technique that I used in my negative cycle loading unit is literally the polar opposite of SMT.
Oh yeah, I was going to comment. You did a beautiful job on that. I was, of course, kidding when I said it was too shiny. No, but that's how you want to do it on a rack, nice rack mount, and you know you can get it everything. Yeah, that surface mount stuff, man. I'll tell you, it's a panic. The other side of this audio unit board, well, the first side is regular, you know, standard components and all, but features like holes. But the other side is loaded with surface mount, tiny chips for the resistors and capacitors, and I knew I was in trouble when I first lifted out. I lifted the track, and then the solder splashed over to the next side. I had magnifying glasses, you know, regular prescription glasses with a magnifier to boot, and I'm using all the little tiny petite tools I could use. I think the soldering iron did it, even though it was 30 watts. It was a nightmare, you know. It was like Tom Cruise playing pool against you. You know, it was a nightmare. And I turned the thing on after I thought I did the job, and the thing smokes, and the balance modulator goes up, and you know, it's like $1,000 radio. And can you imagine? I mean, it's so much. Talk about luck. I go to eBay looking for an audio unit in desperation. You know, the first thing I do, and there it was. There was a board there. And there was no other boards, no other FT1000 stuff except that particular one. And it was like, you know, it was a buy it now or bid on it. I said, screw this bid stuff, man. If anybody grabs this in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be very depressed. So I got it. It comes in the mail. I install it, and the darn thing worked. I couldn't believe it. So that's my little episode on surface mount, man. I just hate it.
Tom, the next time you go to do that, just mail it down here. I got a whole hot air rework station with microscope. The horse will claim 83AL.
Yeah, thanks for the offer. Yeah, it involves modification, though. You know, you'd have to do some modifications at it, which I finally got through, but it was almost as easy as just taking the pair of dikes and cutting the electrolytic barrel capacitor off, little one, and exposing the lead, just getting it out of the circuit. And the square wave went from a nasty-looking swordsman hook to a beautiful square wave. You can't imagine how long the trepidation just waiting to do the job, but I knew I just didn't want to ruin another board, so it's still fresh in my mind because I just did it today.
Well, it definitely sounds good.
Yeah, I wish I had a better voice, but it's this is clean. I'm looking at my waterfall on the Spectrum Analyzer. It's a clean-looking bandwidth. I know it sweeps perfectly. There's just perfection, just like an anon or a flex. You can just see it when you put the sine or triangle or square wave through it. And by the way, I'm running DSP audio, low level. I've got a 528 going into a DBX DSP, which is taking the bandwidth. I'm running about 5.5 kc bandwidth. And it's not easy with analog, to get it that narrow. And I've got a limiter in DSP. And what else? There's something else in there. EQing. Yeah, I've got EQing, a parametric 8-band in DSP. So there's a little bit of a delay in there, but this is how I use this same audio system to drive all my transmitters, and then I handle it low level. And if the transmitter is clean, or the amplifier is clean, you can get away with exquisite control in the low-level area. If you got IMD, intermodulation distortion problems, well, it's not going to help a lot with the low-level stuff. But after all these years, I finally decided that this is the best compromise. It's almost a hybrid, if you would. It's not quite a flex where you've got everything controlled in that manner, but at least the low-level audio stuff is all done in DSP. I've even got a little reverb in there. I don't know if this is, let's see. Okay, I'm going to add a little more. Hello test. Hello test. Now I got quite a bit in there. This is also DSP reverb. But I put it so you can barely hear it. I'm going to bring it back down to about where it regularly is, right here. That's the scene. K1JJ.
Yeah, like I said, I've been off the air for about a year and a half, and the wife kept pushing me. Hey, you used to leave me alone when you were playing with the radio. And for Christmas, she asked my father, who's also a ham, what can I give him for Christmas that he'll really like instead of jewelry that he won't wear or something else? And thank you, Dad. He told her, well, he really needs an Electro Voice RE20, and that's what I'm on. But that's been a learning curve. This damn thing has so much low end. I've had to in everything below on the flex, on the EQ on the flex, everything below 2,000 hertz, I've had to just literally cut down to 0, or else I'm so muffled you can't even understand me.
Yeah, that EQ curve is a godsend for people with peaky voices like me, and probably the average population. It's how many people have the voices where they have a very powerful broadcast band in there. So you gotta run what you brung, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just a tiny hillbilly voice here. Yeah, I've been used to running cheap condenser mics, maybe a ribbon mic here and there. I would pull microphones out of. I record for a hobby. I play guitar, and I had all kinds of different mics that I had for recording guitar, and I just never put them down here. I just always had some cheap Behringer condenser mic. And she bought me this, and I put it on the air, and yeah, it's been a learning curve. First night that I was on, I used the same EQ settings, and no one could understand what the hell I was saying. And I tried leaving it just flat, no EQ. I that was even worse.
Well, once you get that hum out of there, it'll make a huge difference. You know, blower noise, hum. That's my biggest enemies. I just can't handle them. You know, I work till they go. I'm kind of surprised though. What if you took the wire off the bifilar or the choke that you have running, just took the wire together and run it, you know, run it parallel and just run one winding with two leads. I mean, wouldn't that work?
Yeah, but I'm trying to do it the right way. The biggest problem is these amps. And I lost my set, but to get the RF deck out, you have to take the knobs off the front for the newer Henrys, and they use Bristol spline fasteners. So they kind of look like whatchamacallit. They kind of look like hex or Allen screws, but they're not. And I couldn't find my set, and you know, to even get to the RF deck, you have to take the knobs off, and that's what I'm waiting on. And right now, with shipments being delayed, it's been a pain in the butt. I was going to just rewind like I did on the 4K Ultra, just rewind it the proper way. But I went online, and RF parts for $24 shipped had 30 amp bifiller wound filament chokes for a pair of 3500s, and I said, you know what, $25 and I don't have to mess around with it, and it's right. I'm just going to order it. And it got here 3 days ago, and I'm still waiting on the wrenches.
Oh, you already got it. I didn't realize that. Oh man, Henrys, I'll tell you. I rebuilt this whole Henry. In fact, I stripped out a lot of the wiring and rewound it, rewired it the way I wanted. I put in a different air pressure system. It was just too loud. You know, a lot of mods I did. You wouldn't even recognize the insides pretty much. But boy, I'll tell you, there's certain things you can't get at. I mean, you try to get at the plate meter on the Henry 2K. On the right side, you got to pull the panel. I don't even know how the hell to do it. I looked at it for a while. I took the screws out, and it wouldn't budge. And you know, I just hate working on stuff like that. You can't get at it. You know. In fact, Bruce, I was thinking of you the other day when I was coming up with the design of this thing, and I said to myself, you know, those 833A modulators that you're using, those are so classy. They're just so cool. They're just to look at them, they're like big dumb goldfish balls, you know, with leads coming out of them. I said, what if I built a single 833, neutralize it, and use the pair of 833 modulators, you know, and put only 2,000 volts on it, so it'd still be about the same power. Need a little more drive, and you know, it'd still be 250 watts out or something like that. But it would be radiation convection cooled. I wouldn't need a heavy blower at all. And you know, I thought of you. It's funny when you talk about your rig, you'll say, okay, it's a pair of 4400s. Yeah, a lot of people got 4400s. There's plenty of military stuff. Then say modulated by a pair of 833As. You go, aha, there's the ace in the hole.
Yeah, I've always loved the tubes ever since I had that summer job working as an engineer at a local AM station, K1JJ AB3AL. This is W2XR Long Island. Yeah, you're right. Under normal operating conditions, the tubes are natural convection cooled. There's no need to move any air past the tube at all. But the only issue I would bring up, and I'm sure you're cognizant of it, Tom, is it's very difficult to get linear modulation much beyond 100% positive when you're using a triode. I always thought it was a very synergistic, if you will, tube lineup. You know, certainly using a pair of tetrodes or a single high-powered tetrode in the final amplifier stage, and then to use triodes as the modulator tubes, and to use directly heated triodes as well, but Class A, to drive the modulator tubes. And it's really, in my judgment at least, perhaps the most linear approach to developing lots and lots of audio power. But yeah, they're cool looking tubes. In fact, if you go to my QRZ.com page, I think I still have it up there. I have an image of the modulator tubes glowing away with 2,000 volts sitting on the plates. And I'm looking at them right now, and sure enough, as you as you well know, I can see that orange glow in the center of the plate structure as the modulators are passing current. And Mike, I just wanted to make a comment about your RE20. That's a great sounding microphone. I had one for many years, and then I think I upgraded back in 2006 thereabouts to the RE27, which is what I'm using right now. And my personal feeling is that neither the RE20 or the RE27 are necessarily bass-heavy microphones. They do have some degree of proximity effect, nothing like a ribbon or a condenser microphone, but I just found it very surprising that you had to cut the lows, I think you said beginning at 2 kilohertz or 1 kilohertz or something, to the degree that you did. And for what it's worth, with this particular rig here, I actually roll everything off about 6 dB per octave beginning at 80 hertz. I just don't see the need for the overwhelming majority of human voice, male voice at least, and certainly not my voice, to have much going on in terms of modulating the rig here on AM below 80 hertz. So I just found that very very interesting and a little surprising. But like any microphone for AM, you know, they can be nicely equalized to get a very pleasing sound, that's for sure. Hang on just one second. Turn up the bridge right a bit. There we go. Yeah, hang on one second, guys. I just want to tweak one thing here. I'm at the age where I've got to put my reading glasses on to look at the meters. Okay. There we go. Okay. So anyway, just my thoughts about microphones. I've had all three of them. I've had ribbons, I've had condenser, I've had this dynamic, and this is far and away, for AM at least, my favorite microphone. And just a real quick story about a ribbon microphone. Janet and I, my wife, we went to a concert, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. It was a bluegrass concert. Great concert. And one of the performers, as he's walking up to the stage, he's got not only his, I think he had the mandolin, as I remember. He has his mandolin, and he has a small case, modern-looking case. And he's getting set up on the stage, and he opens up the case, and I could not believe it. He takes an RCA 44BX, you know, that classic diamond-shaped broadcast or recording studio ribbon microphone, and he sets the thing up. And I was amazed. I said to Janet, I said, I must be the only one here out of all the thousands of people that recognize that that's exactly the microphone. And it just completely evoked the atmosphere of the old-time music that he was playing as an old-time performer with that classic microphone. K1JJ in the group, this is W2XR.
W2XR 83AL, if you've let me make sure I got this. All of your signals are great. If you got a minute, I'm going to turn off the EQ and just let this thing roll, and I'll let you hear what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're going to hear the hollow mid-bass sound, I bet.
Was that Jack White you saw?
I don't remember, Bear. I'm glad you're still in here, but it was a real rush. I couldn't believe it.
Not cutting anything. Yeah, that's Jack White. That's probably really muffled. You have the bypass turned on.
recording things set up with original old time, pre-WW2 gear that's all been, optimized and a cutting lathe. Of course, what he really puts out is recorded on digital, but shh, don't tell anybody.
No, it was just very, very cool. I mean, the man himself, he must have been about maybe 70, 75 at the time. And just very nonchalantly, again, as the band is setting up from one set to the next, he puts his 44DX on the BX rather on the mic stand, and it felt like it was like 1945 all over again. But I think you doubled quite nicely with Mike in there. Mike is going to make a transmission with his RE20 and no equalization. So let's take a listen.
Okay, so this is the RE20, no equalization. I do have the high pass switch set on the RE20 still. But this is no equalization, so we're not cutting out anything at all. 1, 2, 3, 4. AB3AL.
You gotta turn up the mic gain, Mike.
Alright, hang on. Yay. Okay. Yeah, I knew that would happen. AB3AL, no low pass, or I've got the high pass switch set on the mic, no equalization. AB3AL, 1, 2, 3. Is it really muffly?
Not to me, it's not, but it could certainly benefit from proper EQ, that's for sure. And obviously, the 60 hertz hum is very, very noticeable, but we're talking about two separate issues here. But no, to my ears, it's completely readable. You really have to pull up the bands above a kilohertz, that's for sure. And I think it would sound much clearer, much more presence. But yeah, it doesn't. In fact, I was kind of prejudged. My thinking was prejudged by what I was anticipating to hear based upon what you said. But it doesn't sound that bad, and I think Bear was right. It benefited from you turning up the audio gain a bit as well.
Okay, so turn the EQ back on, and as we speak, I'm pushing up everything above about 600 hertz, kind of drawing a little upside down smiley face here, but all below zero. I don't want to reverse the phase. AB3AL.
Yeah, it's got the potential to sound really good. I can tell. Got a nice mid power band in there. I thought it would be more mid-bass peaky without the EQ, but it really wasn't. So I'd work on that. You know what you can do is do some recordings off your Flex and then play them back through a high fidelity system, and you'll be able to hear what you sound like, and you can make a lot of adjustments that way. K1JJ. Looks like the band is starting to change here. I hope you guys are still copying my Piss Weaker here tonight.
Still 20 over.
Yeah, it's stretching out, but you're very, very solid. In fact, I'm still in the 16 kilohertz passband on the receiver. You know, just a little bit of chatter off to the sides, but no problem at all. Yeah, I agree with Tom. Make a recording and just keep going back and forth. You know, equalizing the transmitter. It's a very iterative process. It's not just, you know, copying what somebody else uses for a curve and being done with it. It depends obviously upon the characteristics of your own voice, the characteristics of the transmitter, of the audio path. And one thing to bear in mind too, Mike, I've always been a strong believer in this, that you really, really want to bring up the high frequencies, because once that signal leaves your antenna and it's taking a trip through the other guy's receiver, a lot6 is going to get stripped away, and it's really the frequencies, I think, above 2 kilohertz, between 2 and 5 kilohertz, 2 and 7 kilohertz, that really provide the clarity to the quality of the transmission. And I wouldn't be I wouldn't be too lenient about really pulling up those particular bands in that portion of the spectrum I just mentioned. And try it. And I did the same thing that Tom did. I used to make recordings right off air, right at the output of my modulation monitor, and just keep playing them back until you hear what you think sounds best. And then once you're really happy with the quality, that doesn't mean it's going to sound good at the other guy's receiver. Then it becomes a matter of asking for signal reports and, playing with the different bands a bit more, cutting this a little and boosting that a little, and until you get just what you want.
Well, I've got an SDR play at my dad's house that I've got remote access to. And like I said, I've been off the air for about a year and a half. The station was completely dismantled. I moved this cheap amp moved this amp into here and started firing stuff back up. I have an Invonix 223, an Optimod with a 9000, and a whole bunch of other crap that I used to have in the audio chain. It's all sitting on a shelf. I think the project for this weekend is going to be to wire it up and fire up the SDR at Dad's house and monitor myself remotely and get things balanced out. AB3AL.
Yeah, probably one of the first major things to work on is get that audio average level up there. I would say it sounds by ear you're modulating like 70-75% at the most. With that Irvonics and the various processing equipment, you could probably make a huge difference in average power. That'll be a good step. And then work on the EQing. And man, I'll bet you'll come back. You'll sound like a different station. Bruce. You know who Mike sounds like? I don't know if you know Ed N3LH Bay. N3LH Bay. I don't know if you know him, but they're both from Threeland. They got the same accent. Ed's out there in Ohio now. I don't know if you've ever run into him, Mike. Over.
Well, my accent's actually from West Virginia. That's where I hail from. Oh, hitting it too hard. And I've also got RF into the keying circuit on the flex, and it keeps chopping things out. There we go. Now we're settled down. But no, a year and a half ago, I had multi-band compressors and everything, and I really loved the way I sounded. This is just kind of a makeshift, threw it up on the workbench and up and running. This weekend is going to be the major overhaul. Do I understand right? You're in the audiophile industry? Over.
He is. He's not here to answer for himself, but yeah, he's the owner of a company called Bear Labs, and he's internationally renowned. I'm not joking about all things regarding high-end audio, and I have been known to bounce some questions off of him as well about speakers, and particularly about speakers, as I recall, not so much about the electronics. But I'm also an audio enthusiast myself, Mike. I don't know if you are. In fact, I built my entire system myself, my phono preamp, my power amplifiers, my transformer volume control, crossover networks, whole thing pretty much soup to nuts, except for the CD transport and the DAC for the transport. And I completely rebuilt all the Ampex tape recorders that I have that are part of that system as well. But I was going to make a comment to Tom. Now that Mike mentioned the Optimod, I have an Optimod here. I have the Optimod. What is it? I had to take a look over at the rack. 9100A, which is the AM version of the Optimod before they went to a DSP. And now that your rig will pass a square pulse, you would have no problem using that kind of really aggressive multiband processing. I can't use it with this transmitter. I've tried, Even tried using a Duro DAP 610, which uses DSP in a very elementary form. But unless the transmitter can really pass a square pulse, which means that the audio, like I mentioned earlier, is DC coupled, all bets are off. And I'm not familiar with the Innovonics 223 mic. I'm using a 222 here, and it's the only, I guess you could call it a modern generation limiter, solid state limiter, that really controls the negative going peaks of this plate modulated transmitter. I never had any success with the Optimod or the Duro equipment for the reason I mentioned. You just can't pass a square pulse through an AC coupled transmitter. But you know, that might be something you might want to play with, Tom. Some guys love the sound of that kind of multiband processing with the soft clipping. Personally, I can always tell when a guy is using one of those things. To me, the sonic signature stands out like a sore thumb. It's just a matter of taste. But if you want to be loud, if you want density of modulation, and the rig is DC coupled, that's the way to go. And the only reason why I never sold the Orban or the Duro is because one of these days I just may decide to go Class E, in which case it's a match made for heaven. A K1JJ, AB3AL, WB2GCR, who is playing intermittent tonight. I kind of like this. This is Clear Channel, W2XR, Long Island, New York.
I'm returned.
Yeah, the 223 is just like the 222, but it adds a compressor ahead of the limiter.
Was there a question for me? I was on the other side of the room.
Yeah, Mike wanted to know if you were involved in the high-end audio industry, and I said that yes, you were. You were of an international renown.
Well, I'm a fugitive, I think you meant to say. Mike, is there something I could say? I'm not sure what your question was. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I own a small company. There's two divisions to my company. One is IT work, and the other is higher-end home theater. And one of my clients acquired a pair of Steinway open baffle speakers and the matching amplifier, and I had the pleasure of installing that $750,000 system a couple of weeks ago, and all I can say is holy cow.
Yeah, I don't even know that I heard you mention that the other day, Mike, and I thought to myself, Barry, you're something of a moron. You know, I want to know who sold Steinway on that, because I mean that's like a big deal. You know, that's a big deal. I'm thinking, why didn't I try to do that? Well, I know why I didn't try to do it, because I would have walked in the front door and they would have shown me out the back and thrown me in the alley. You know, I mean, you know, somebody with big, deep pockets walked in there, that's for sure. But, yeah, I got to look that up. I heard you talk about that. I thought, boy, you know, there have been a lot of let's say, enticements for the rich and famous to buy certain eye candy, and the Steinway name has to be a big one. So I heard that. I heard you say it. I thought, who was that guy? And I didn't get your call, so I would have sent you an email and asked you about that Steinway system. Now, what amplifier did it come with?
A matching amplifier. The deal is, when you buy a pair of Steinway open baffle speakers, which are 7 feet tall, if you buy the pair, they throw in the amplifier for free. And, you know, I have home-built open baffle speakers and open baffle subs in my living room, and open baffle surrounds, because I do home theater. Part of my company, we do home theaters like we're actually Dolby Atmos certified installers, blah 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 blah. But everything that I have in my living room is home built, and I like the open baffle design. To me, it's just a lot more clear. You don't get the distorted bass out of the subs when you go that route. But a customer of mine bought a pair, and because Steinway did not have a authorized rep in this area, the only way they would sell him to him is if if his installer would go through their quote unquote installation course, which I did, and he paid me for it. But after I got done hooking that set up, I was just absolutely blown away. And you're talking to someone who, before the open baffles, I had a set of old, JBL theater speakers and Altec Lansing theater speakers that I've pulled out of places, and had those for my listening position. And those things just absolutely blew me away. And the construction, they are absolutely beautiful. All mahogany, real mahogany, not African mahogany. They're just beautiful speakers.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I'm sure they are. For that money, they dang well better be. You know what I mean? I'm wondering I didn't write your call sign down, so be sure to give me that. Now, on your homemade, and for that money, I'll throw in 2 amps. Okay, no problem. And heck, I'll go to South America and I'll cut down the mahogany tree in Honduras myself. Yeah, never mind. On your homemade so-called open baffle woofers, are you talking about an H-style woofer? Yeah.
I extended the sidewalls past the back of the basket.
Yeah. Have you ever messed around or seen or heard a tapped horn? And what's your call, Mike?
I'm sorry. Alpha Bravo 3 Alpha Lima. Tapped horn. Are we talking about the Klipschorn design?
No, that's a corner horn. Different thing. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get a sense of your exposure to the different techniques and methods. That's fine. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm sure that those Steinway speakers are magnificent. I'm curious to see what they are. I'll look them up. But, you have to compare it with something like a set of SoundLab A3s, driven by some New York Audio Labs OTL amps. And that system dates back to the 70s, and it'll completely blow your mind. And if you haven't heard a pair of quad 57s in a small room with a pair of moderately powered 30-watt push-pull Class A triode amps, you haven't lived either. So there's lots and lots of really great stuff. And, you can get into it pretty deep. You don't have to spend a lot of money if you have the ability to think on your feet and make stuff, which is how I kind of got into the business. Had more brains than money, so I started making stuff. Anyway, I'm retired now. I appreciate the review Bruce gave me, but I got to say I had more glory than money. So I'm envious of anybody who can sell anybody a $250,000 speaker system, because I never had any luck with that. Because I don't have MSTS, and it comes in a bottle, but I haven't been able to find it. Back over to you, Mike.
I'd be a guess that those speakers and amplifiers were private labeled for Steinway. My guess is they would not know how to build a loudspeaker or an amplifier if their piano reputation depended upon it.
I really like those. And, you know, I'm not a big audiophile. I do home theater, which, you know, as you know, home theater is mostly distortion to achieve the effect of the movie soundtrack. It's completely different than you know, just straight up stereo music listening. So I'm not too much into your world, but every once in a while I come across the deal. But yeah, I really like the Macintoshes. I had a pair of Martin Logans, and they just didn't hold a candle to the Macintoshes I have. Yeah, I don't want to hog this up. Let's pass it back over to Tom. AB3AL.
Well, that's what we do here, you know. You're not hogging anything. We get off on a tangent, we go.
That's right.
Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I think he stepped away, but just on that conversation about audio, something that Bear and I are both extremely passionate about. When you mentioned Altec Lansing, Mike, I still run a pair of Altec Lansing A5s. You know, the classic A7 enclosure, but with the multicellular horn that was unique to the A5 configuration. And I've been using that now for over 23 or 24 years or something. Driven by little 5-watt triode amplifiers, single-ended, no negative feedback, mercury vapor rectifier tubes. I'm using a 45. Well, I'm using a line-to-grid transformer to get the voltage gain. Then I use a 45 as the audio driver, transformer coupled to a Western Electric 300B directly heated triode. It's good for about 5 watts based upon the output transformer loading that I have on the plate of the 300B. And I personally love the sound, you know. But Bear makes a very good point. Those Futterman laboratory OTL amplifiers, that's right, that was like a late 1960s design, as I remember. What was his name? Julius Futterman? You probably met him, Bear, for all I know. It was a great sounding amplifier, and I'm not familiar with the Sound Lab speakers in terms of hearing them. I've heard of the brand. But my opinion is that as far as vacuum tube audio goes, there have really been no major advancements in that technology for maybe, I don't know, maybe the last 50 or 60 years. Yeah, they've solid-stated the power supplies, big deal. Beyond that, nothing has really changed. Solid-state technology, on the other hand, has made substantial technical improvements. But, you know, there is always a crowd that swears by the sound of vacuum tubes, and then within the vacuum tube arena, there are certain subsets that guys swear by. You know, push-pull triode, push-pull ultralinear, single-ended triode, directly heated triode, indirectly heated triode, beam power tubes, whatever. And then, you know, there are guys that swear by solid state. And I'll tell you, I've heard some pretty damn good sounding solid state amplifiers. The one that I really like is made by a company called Pass Labs, their first watt series. These are low powered, 25 watt amplifiers, very, very, very clean sounding. None of that solid state grit or graininess. It's an amplifier I wouldn't mind owning myself. This is W2XR.
You should build a pair of F5s, Bruce. They're really easy. 2 JFETs and 2 MOSFETs. Unless you want a little more juice. In which case it's 4 JFETs and 4 or 6 MOSFETs. Gorgeous amplifier if you do it right. Very low feedback, almost no parts.
Be right back. The beer's empty. AB3AL.
Yeah, no, I know. And one thing I like about Nelson is he's I speak like I know the man. I've never met the man in my life. He's very, very generous to the DIY community. Of course, he's got that website devoted strictly to guys that want to roll their own versions of his equipment. I'll tell you, Bear, I really am thinking about building up a pair of those things. And you're right, the parts count is an embarrassment. It's such a simple thing to put together. And I think it would be a very synergistic match to my loudspeakers, which are, of course, very efficient. But one thing I'm not sure about, wasn't there a version that I think he's still building, but I don't think he's supplying the piece parts anymore, that used static induction transistors? And I think he considers the SIT to be the pinnacle of a transistor insofar as an amplifying device, but it seems that for whatever reason, the manufacturer or the manufacturers have elected to stop production of those parts.
Yeah, W2XR, W2GCR. That's correct. The outfitter, I don't remember, excuse me, the rifle. The outfit that was making them probably stopped making them more than 10 years ago. And I never stocked up on them when they were out there. And I don't know if they can be found. I'm sure Nelson's got a boatload of them. That's what he does. But you'll have to go for second best. And they might be great. I don't know. It's entirely possible. I mean, you might be able to find some. You have to watch DIYaudio.com, see if anybody sells them. Every once in a while, people dump projects that they bought. I haven't been on there in 5 years. I've been a little bit too busy doing ham radio and other factors, so I haven't done much audio. Got my system set up. It's actually running a pair of F5s right now. The thing you should know about the F5s is, first of all, they have a bunch of boards out that you can probably still get. If you need JFETs, I've got JFETs. You need a P and an N channel, closely matched. And you need output devices. And there's a whole yin-yang in the output devices, too, which we could get into. In fact, the preferred Fairchilds I don't think are made anymore. And I don't know if the Toshibas are made. Oh, you got to get something. I'm sure something's available. But there's a big yin-yang in that amplifier. That amplifier can be all over the map. And things like the source resistors matter. And the power supply matters considerably. So, while it's a simple on paper amplifier, the actual implementation gets a little bit complicated, because you can make dramatic changes to the sound very easily as compared with a high negative feedback amplifier, typical solid state design, where making parts changes may make a difference, but it's certainly less dramatic. This amp is a complete chameleon. It can go from kind of very round to kind of unbelievably full of what I call jump factor and let's say vivid high frequencies without ever becoming harsh. Of course, my hearing has gone down in the last 5 years, so that's great. So it's a little bit harder for me to tell, and I haven't measured it because I don't want to. W2XR, WB2GCR.
Hey, V3AL, back with a beer.
Yeah, I've got the same problem, except I know exactly where mine is rolling off at this point. There's no need for a tweeter anymore. WB2GCR and the group from W2XR. That's very interesting. I didn't know that you were an advocate or a devotee of Nelson Pass's circuits. I've seen numerous interviews of him on YouTube. I've read numerous technical articles that he's written, and I just like the man, number one. I like the fact that he's not greedy, number two, in the sense that he's willing to share his technology, again, with the DIY community. And number 3, I think he really, really builds some great sounding stuff. You know, when you were talking about a $250,000 system, my buddy Tom and I went into New York City, I guess about a year and a half ago, to the New York Audio Fair, whatever they call it. And it was the first time I had ever gone, and he kind of like really had to pull my arm to make me go, because I knew what I was going to hear. The kind of stuff that I'm interested in, I knew was not going to be there. Well, I was a little bit surprised. Vinny Rossi was there, who was really an interesting guy to talk to. And I heard some other equipment that I really did like the sound of. But at any rate, the first room we go into, there's clearly probably close to not $750,000, but $500,000 worth of equipment set up. And after about 2 minutes, I said to Tom, I said, I'm out of here. This sounds awful. There's no warmth, there's no body to the sound. I mean, yeah, you could say to a certain extent that it's the room acoustics, but, you know, bad sounding equipment, even in a great sounding room, is still going to be relatively bad sounding equipment. So it's true. There's a lot of very, very expensive gear out there that just to me is just not listenable. But different folks have different strokes.
First thing I learned when I started messing with the open baffle speakers is you absolutely have to bi-amp them, and you have to EQ each half of it separately. And it's hard to get them to sound the way you want, but once you do, it's just so much more transparent and clean and clear sounding than you'll ever get out of a full enclosed cabinet speaker. AB3AL.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment here. Let me make sure I'm not doubling with my friend Bear here.
The rubber meets the road. I've got a pair of horn speakers that I'm running with this power amp that's got a plus and minus 12 volt supply on it. So you do the math on the power. And these speakers I have personally actually measured as plus or minus maybe 1 dB. From, well, they're minus, I don't know, 2 dB at 250, but 300 to 12 kilohertz on an actual bona fide measurement for real. Plus or minus 1 dB, again, from 300 to 12 kilohertz, and that's just the 1 dB spec. So you see, that's what I'm playing with.
Yeah, it's really something. Do you have an RTA that you use?
No, FFT.
Yeah, that's a better way of doing it. You know, Mike makes a good point about the open baffle. I mean, any box speaker, whether it's acoustic suspension or it's a reflex type enclosure, it's going to have that, you know, it's going to have that resonant characteristic to it, that acoustic ringing characteristic, which is always going to color the bass. Maybe Bear has heard something that doesn't. I have not. I mean, I can hear it in my A5s, make no mistake about it. But Western Electric, when they introduced what was called the Miraphonic sound system in the mid-1930s, which was really a W-type horn that was developed by, it's called a Shearer horn. Shearer was the director of the MGM sound department, and he was looking for a better loudspeaker, a stage loudspeaker, compared to the large, like Western Electric 16s and 13s, you know, the big full-range horn speakers that were driven with a single Western Electric 555, as they called them, receiver, a compression driver. But anyway, Shearer, in conjunction with James B. Lansing and I think John Hilliard was also involved, later of Altec Lansing fame. They developed this W horn, which was an open baffle horn, so that you had these two 18-inch Jensen bass drivers that were firing right into the W horn, and I've never heard a pair, but I know numerous people who have, and the bass is supposed to be unbelievably accurately reproduced with that loudspeaker from the 1930s. Field coil drivers. It's a two-way system with a multicellular horn on the top, just like what I use here, 15-cell multicellular. Also a field coil compression driver for the high-frequency element. But there's a lot to be said about open baffle loudspeakers. I did try it once. I used the Altec version of the Western Electric 755, the little 8-inch full-range speaker, and I thought it sounded magnificent in the mid-range, no crossover, but it had serious intermodulation distortion problems in the bass. But anything above maybe 200 hertz till the driver started to roll off, I thought it was magnificent.
Yeah, what you're describing, a pair of 755s in an open baffle, and within the limitations of what the driver can do with respect to SPL and obviously, as you say, the bass limitation. You keep it low, but it's really quite good sounding. Very quite good sounding. Now, I don't know if you guys, Mike, do you know what the AR1 speaker was?
No, I don't.
Alright, well, we got to learn you some stuff. You've heard of acoustic research, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not audio research, the people who make the amps. Acoustic research, people who made the speakers.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Very familiar with them.
Alright.
Edgar Vilcher and Henry Kloss.
Big deal. Which was previewed at a showing at Grand Central Station for the world. The acoustic suspension woofer, they showed impulse tone burst responses and how good it was. Well, it's not generally known, but Bruce, it was a three-way system. We know that it was the AR woofer in the acoustic suspension box. And we know it had a tweeter. Do you know what the mid-range was?
Do I know what the mid-range was? It was a Western Electric 755.
Give that man a bonus, and he can go on to the next round.
Now, I've got one for you. When Paul Klipsch rolled out the original Klipsch horn, I think it was when, 1946 thereabouts, did you know that the mid-range driver, I can't say about the tweeter because I really don't know the answer to this, but the mid-range driver and the woofer were war surplus field coil Western Electric parts?
I did not know that about the mid-range because the mid-range driver he went to in production, 1950s production, do you know what it was?
I'm going to make an assumption it was Electro Voice.
No, it wasn't. It was, your jaw will drop.
Then I've got to make one more guess and say it was a Stevens unit.
No, that's a good guess. It was Atlas. Now, do you know anything about the Atlas driver? It's very interesting.
When I think Atlas Bear, I think of literally public address grade, low fidelity components.
Right, and that's what you would think of. But think beyond that. Think beyond that. Think about the idea that every compression horn since the, the second one from Western, the 364? I always get that number screwed up.
Yeah, is that the one that's at a 90-degree bend in the horn itself?
The phase plug. The first compression driver to use a phase plug, every compression driver, with the exception of the RCA, which they did the axial phase plug to get around the Western Electric patent has been patterned after the Western Electric patent and is therefore a clone. And therein is the hint.
Yeah, we're starting to get some QRM on the frequency. Well, actually, you're right. Western Electric invented what was called the radial phase plug. And Altec used the radial phase plug all the way through the G-series compression driver. And when they rolled out the H-series, I think in 1970, 1971, they went with the axial design. And that was the so-called tangerine phase plug. And that's what I have in my my A5s. It's still an Alnico magnet, but it's the tangerine phase plug. And between the H and the G, I think that those are considered the most prized of all the Altec compression drivers.
So I've got a little trivia for you.
Go ahead.
Who actually invented or designed the Klipschorn?
I'm not sure if it was Paul Klipsch or not, so tell us.
It was actually Western Electric. And after they designed it, you know, in a computer world, which I'm heavily invested in, we have something called open source, where you create a program and you release the source code for anyone else to examine, modify, make better. Western Electric was the first company to do that. They designed the Klipschorn, and they released the plans publicly for anyone else to use. And they didn't call it the Klipschorn, but then Klipsch got a hold of it and put their name on it and started producing it commercially.
I find that a tiny, tiny bit difficult to believe. I don't doubt the, you know, what you've been told, but I would put my money with the fact that it was Paul W. Klipsch who invented the Klipschorn. I mean, Western Electric did really all of the basic research in the 1920s and the early to mid 1930s in terms of public address loudspeaker design, and I never heard them working with corner horns, mainly because it wouldn't be practical in a theater environment or in a broadcasting environment. Maybe more so in a broadcast environment. I shouldn't quite say that, but I really thought that it was Paul Klipsch who invented the Klipschorn design with the acoustic labyrinth behind the bass driver, and using the two sections of the wall to complete the remaining portion of the bass horn. This is W2XR.
No, you can actually look it up. The original patent was held by Western Electric, and they publicly released it and opened it up for anyone else to build. This is MP3 AL.
And see what was developed. I too have no recollection of seeing Western Electric produce such a horn. They would have published it in the Bell System Journal, probably. But maybe you can find a source there. But let me go back to this mid-range. In production, which used the Atlas driver. Now, Bruce, what was the number one feature of the Atlas driver that you know of about the way it is mounted?
Well, that's easy. It was a coarse pipe thread, as I remember.
Right. What other driver uses a pipe thread for mounting?
And that's easy as well. That would be the Western Electric 555.
Would you like to know that you could take an Atlas, at least of that vintage, they make a lot of different drivers today. We can take an Atlas diaphragm and pop it directly into a 555.
I might find that very hard to believe, but being that you're a creditable source, I'll take your word for it. That's amazing. So let me make sure I understand this. You're talking about a compression driver designed for, lo-fi, and that's my own assumption here, lo-fi public address, being connected to a reentrant type of aluminum, a spun aluminum horn, classical sound reinforcement outdoors, and you're telling me that in reality those Atlas drivers of that configuration, of that vintage, would be comparable in terms of efficiency and sound quality and distortion characteristic as the classical Western Electric 555?
Well, we have to discriminate here. There's a major difference between the 555 and the Atlas. The diaphragms are interchangeable, but the 555 has a very peculiar diaphragm. And it's rated, tested by Western Electric on their plain wave tube from 75 hertz up. 75, for real. Atlas won't go there because it's using a phenolic diaphragm. And the Western Electric will go way the heck up, but the Atlas won't because it's a phenolic diaphragm. So, there's that difference. Then, you have a geometry difference. The 555 has a deep cavity due to the existence of the field coil. The Atlas does not, due to the existence of a ferrite, and probably early on maybe an alnico, which has made it weaker because it wasn't much deeper. But an alnico or ferrite permanent magnet. Now there was a version of the 555 that did use a permanent magnet. I understand, I can't remember what it was. Not highly regarded, however. But barring those differences and within the frequency range that Clips ran, the Atlas compression driver on the larger, he had two size horns. On the larger horn is quite credible. Quite credible. It's good. It's remarkably good. The sound of the Atlas that you're used to is not entirely, but a majority because
Mike, can you still copy Bear?
Reentrant.
Yeah, he's pretty good here.
For pass band. So you put it on an exponential horn like he used, and the longer one which went to the back of the box, and it's actually pretty good, and I know that because I've heard them. I've heard them all by themselves. I said, that's pretty good.
Bear, I think you faded away. I'm the only one copying you right now.
Bruce, did I fade out?
Yeah, Bruce, are you still copying Bear?
No, he was really strapping, and then at the beginning of that last transmission, he just kind of faded into the noise. And I hate to say it, but I could hardly, pardon me, I could hardly copy anything that he said, Mike.
Yeah, Bruce, I still hear you fine here.
Friends,
Bear, I still hear you fine here, but Bruce is not copying you at all.
This is fun stuff for me to talk about. I love talking about it. And just tell Bruce, Mike, as a wrap-up that we'll talk about the Atlas driver another time, but the Atlas people copied the phase plug and the mount and everything from the gap out to the horn from Western.
Yeah, he was saying the Atlas people copied the gap from Western. But yeah, Bruce, yeah, too many beers. Bear, Bruce isn't copying you anymore. I still hear you fine, but yeah, like I've said before, I install home theater, which is distortion, is basically distortion and boom-de. You know how that goes. mainly my company is IT, a Linux engineer by trade, and somehow years ago I got roped into doing higher-end home theater systems. But yeah, you can actually look up the original Western Electric plans. Klipsch actually modified the Klipsch horn slightly, but and there was actually a lawsuit that ensued because it was actually a Western Electric design, and then Western Electric, instead of pursuing the lawsuit, just said, screw it, and they released it to the public.
Well, cool, Mike.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I never heard that before, Mike, and it must have added insult to injury by the fact that Klipsch was using surplus Western Electric drivers that he had gotten, war surplus after the end of the war. Just wanted to take a look at something here. So, no, I never ever heard that. But I'm probably going to sign out. I'd love to continue this conversation. It's something, that kind of audio is something I'm really, really passionate about, and obviously Bear is too. And I've never had any interest in home theater. My wife and I we're not really big television watchers. I'm happy just with a regular flat screen TV and the sound that comes out of the internal loudspeakers and the TV set. Have no plans to ever go crazy with that, but I'd rather put my time in building my own stereo system, again using these very low power, very linear amplifiers and very sensitive horn loaded loudspeakers, and something I get great enjoyment out of. But I must admit too that lately my interest in ham radio has really peaked again as well. Last month marked the 50th anniversary of my having my amateur radio license, and been really much more active here on 75 meters in the last number of months than I was for a number of years. In fact, really enjoy it, and the reason why I think I enjoy it so much is I love to build the equipment. And when Tom and I were talking about the negative carrier, the negative cycle loading circuit that we both have, within a matter of days, incorporated into our homebrew transmitters, it's just this passion of building the equipment and testing it and putting it online. I built this transmitter myself. I started building it back in 1979, and it's evolved to what it is today. And I love rolling my own. But that's another conversation for another time. Mike, I can still copy you fine. I only wish I could still hear Bear, but the band just dropped out. Must have all of a sudden started going really long. So maybe the next couple of days we can all meet again on the same frequency and continue this conversation. But in the meantime, I'm going to say 73. You guys have a good evening. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon. And Bear, if your email is good on qrz.com, I'll send you off the information about the negative cycle loading circuit that Frank had designed and that Tom, Frank, and I have built with great success. Since I can't hear you, maybe you can just relay to Mike that your address is or is not good. Your email address is or is not good on qrz.com. And on that note, 73. AB3AL, WB2GCR, this is W2XR Clear Channel, Long Island, New York, off and clear. 73, guys, stay safe.
NAQPC.
And Bear, did you copy the last thing that he said?
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to hear me. So, tell him 73, and I heard his breaking station.
Bruce, he said 73, and can I give you my email address? Crap, I'm tripping the relay again. Can I give you my email address to send me the circuit as well?
Sure, by all means, but it won't work in your transmitter. It'll only work in a high-level plate-modulated transmitter.
Oh, I've got one of those too. Trust me. I've got broadcast equipment. Damn relay. got broadcast equipment sitting in the barn. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Let me turn down this RF so I'm not tripping a relay. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, I've got my pen in hand, and I also heard John in Detroit in there as well, who I had a very, very nice QSO with about, I can tell you exactly, on April the 5th. Maybe I'll stick around a little bit longer to say hello to John. But go ahead, Mike.
Okay, and Barry, you can copy this down too. We have similar interests, but the email address it's the initials of my company, Tango Charlie Alpha Mike Lima Charlie. That's Tango Charlie Alpha Mike Lima Charlie at gmail.com. Over.
Okay, I got it. Very good. Yeah, I'll send you guys pictures of the circuit diagram and my particular version of it from a constructional standpoint. And yeah, mine is working great. Mine is somewhat overbuilt relative to the power level that I'm running. It would probably be good for a 5 or 10 kilowatt transmitter. But I use the parts that I had on hand in typical ham radio style. But I built it onto a 3.5-inch by 19-inch by 3/16-inch thick rack panel. And you'll see it. I'll send pictures. I'll also send a picture of it integrated into the back of the transmitter. But before I'm so quick to say 73, let me say hello to John out there in Detroit. Any QPC in the group, this is W2XR. Good evening to you, John.
W2XR, how you doing this evening, man? I heard you guys in there. I figured I'd say hello to you before you ran away. NAQPC over here in Detroit, John. How you...
Oh, you're pounding in here to Long Island this evening, John. Good signal. You don't even have to look at the R390 to tell you how strong you are. But then again, when you and I worked the last time on the 5th, it was a similar situation, just pounding into Long Island from Detroit. And we also have on frequency Baird, WB2GCR. He's in the Albany, New York area. And we also have Mike in a part of Maryland that's pretty much due north of Baltimore, or Baltimore as they would call it down there. I had relatives that were from the Baltimore area. So I wonder how you're copying me tonight, and Bear and Mike. John and I had a very interesting conversation about vacuum tubes in general. We have our last few, so go ahead, John.
Real good. I hear Barry good, and Mike, no problems, and you're pounding in here a good 40 over. I hear all three of you about the same. I trust I'm doing about the same, doing about the same wattage level as I was the other night, running a 500. Signals is good so far. Band hasn't stretched out too much. Everybody's still safe. I ventured out today and went grocery shopping. I went out and spent about $600 at one shot, so I don't have to go out again for a while. I figured if I was going to venture out into the wilderness, I'd make it worth my while. Stocked up the freezer, everything that'll last a while. Other than that, not a whole lot going on around here. I have a little project I've been working on. I got an old Philco cathedral that I decided to redo just for laughs, just because I think they're pretty. So I've put it up on the bench and got the Huntron out and changing anything that's out of spec, and obviously doing all the caps, just prophylactic all them, but any resistors that are over 10% got to go. It should play pretty when it's done. But other than that, I've just been hanging out, doing my thing. How's things on that end for you?
Hey, John,
W2XR, QPC in the group.
TPC in the group in W2XR. I'm glad you can hear everybody. The only station I can't copy, unfortunately, is my friend Bear in upstate New York. So obviously the propagation between the southern part of the state and where he's located in the capital district has just gone down the toilet. Yeah, no, my wife and I went shopping yesterday. We didn't spend anywhere as much as you did. We're only going out at most twice a week. We shop for ourselves and we shop for my mom. And no real problems. The store was not busy. We went close to our closing time, which is when you typically find the least number of customers within the store. Just about everybody had masks on. Most people had gloves on. My wife and I had masks and gloves on as well. What was amazing to me, though, was at the checkout aisle, a young kid who was bringing up the groceries, no mask, no gloves. While he's waiting for my wife to stick the credit card into the reader, he takes his bottle of Mountain Dew, unscrews the cap, again, no gloves, he just takes a drink. I couldn't believe it. It's like shaking hands with probably people that are passing through your aisle and then sticking your hand in your mouth. I was amazed. But at any rate, so we're, I think, in pretty good shape. We're pretty much here in ground zero here in the United States. Everybody's staying indoors most of the time. I venture out for my daily walk about 5 miles every day to get fresh air and, to my health and whatnot. And a lot of other people are doing the same thing, but even when you're walking outside, people are clearly keeping their distance, which I appreciate.
And GTO.
I'm sorry. But anyway, let me pass this over to Mike down in Maryland. And I guess, Mike, you can pass it over to Barry. And then Barry, you pass it over to back to John. 83AL in the group. This is W2XR.
Yes, indeed. Pass this number around. This WA1HLR.
WA1HLR, 83AL.
Good night, John. I'm going to bed. Good night, John. TPC, I'm going to bed. You've been cheating on us, hanging out with these guys all day long, and now GTO going to bed.
Take it away, Timmy.
Okay. Well, I'm just passing through 130. I had been on 160. Thursday nights is 160 meter night, and
I heard you, GTO.
I put the rice box on and went in channel 85 and figured I'd get in here for a few. Sit down, have a bowl of cereal, which really settles me down, and crawl back into bed.
Good signal in Long Island this evening, Tim, but you do have some type of a hum on your carrier. It sounds almost like a transformer buzzing away in the background.
Oh yeah, it's all mechanical. I can unplug the microphonium. And I'm sure the hum went away. Yep, that's an antenna changeover relay. Been that way for years. That's mounted up in an aluminum die-cast box on the wall. It's in a difficult-to-reach place. I want to try putting DC on the coil. And the other problem is that the steel perforated metal cabinet or enclosure around the power supply modulator for the Junction 600 is just about right up against the high voltage filter reactor at the core. So that's a problem. They're both problems, and you know something? Hell with it.
So, Tim, there was a question the other night about your transmission.
Yeah.
So when you do the 160-meter dipole and phase array AD comparison, are you hot switching, or do you have some type of shorting relay?
No, I'm hot switching, you know, like this is the array. This is the 160 dipole, and back on the array.
You're actually stronger here on the 160 dipole, but yeah, there was a discussion where that's for your transmitter. My answer was, well, do it quick enough and you're not running the right spot.
Well, never had a transmitter break as a result. You know, a typical hammy ham bone, the antenna selector switches, you know, the contacts will eventually give out. So you got to drop it. But this old military switch has been in there for years.
I had a feeling it would get hot here.
I don't know if I starting here and they're there anymore. I can still copy the mic out and display the thing with no problem. Am I going right now? Because I'd like to ask you a quick question.
You were, but go ahead, Bruce.
Thanks, Tim. I'm not going to stick around here too much longer myself. Just kind of starting to really switch out of it. 15 hours a day, coming away with HLR and the group on W2XR on the nose. I'm not really following the conversation between me, Frank GSN, and Tom JG, but the three of us are now using a negative cycle loading circuit. It's not the classical 3-diode array people on DC supply. It's just a pair of diodes, really just one diode, assuming that adequate peak inverse voltage rating, and a load resistor. The load resistor is equivalent to the Class D load impedance at the output of the modulator detector. And the diodes are oriented so that the cathode faces the modulator B+. And I put this in my rig today, and it's working great. It only activates once you hit the baseline, which is what I want. None of us put it in for the sake of protecting the modulator components against hitting the baseline in hopes of gaining higher positive filtering capability. It's really just a main and last resort of protecting the modulation transformer. Since I never hit the baseline, or rarely ever hit the baseline of this transmitter, the circuit will need to come activated very, very rarely. Okay. So, this is my question. I've got spark gaps across both sides of the primary winding of the modulation transformer. I've got spark gaps across the modulation reactor, and I've got a spark gap across the swinging choke of the principal. But I've never put spark gaps across the secondary of the modulation transformer. My logic was that if you ever hit a sufficient magnitude to fire the spark gap, that you could conceivably draw excessive current from the transformer. That's my logic. logic. I could be right or I could be wrong about that. So that's question number one. And then question number two is, why is it that RCA, on all of the broadcast audio magnetics, modulation transformer, and modulation reactor use spark gaps, never did? So those are my questions for the Tim Show. I'd be curious to get your guidance on how you feel about using this spark gap on the secondary of the modulation transformer. WA1HLR in the group. This is W2XR.
Yeah, the band conditions are changing. You still hearing me A-okay?
It's only dropped down about 20 dB, but I can still hear you.
Yeah, I could tell you all about our gaps on the mod transformers, but the only place to have them is on the primary, not the secondary. And I can cite a number of monkey see, monkey do situations where the Collins KW1 had its arc gap on the secondary of the mod transformer. The same with the Gold King 500. The same with the even the B&W T368. They did the same thing. And Gates just left them out because they left them out. And the Gates transmitters sometimes are known for breaking mod iron. You know? That's what they were known for doing. You know, popping mod transformers. But you don't want to put the gaps across the secondary, because once the gaps ionize, then the mod transformer behaves like a center tapped inductor of a much smaller amount of inductance, and there's no load to dissipate. So therefore, you can build up a very high peak voltage across the primary and break the transformer down. Yeah, I've always put the gaps on the primary. And the Tungsten 600, I've got a set of gaps from the center tap to either side. So just about any transmitter I've got that has plate voltages any much more than 1,000 volts, I put gaps on the primary.
Okay, well again, I've always done the same thing, but
No, I missed out on that. What's your rationale?
my feeling is that if you had a spark gap across the secondary winding of the modulation transformer, you had conditions where the spark gap was higher. Whether it's on peak or maybe you lost the expectation for putting an amplifier or whatever. The air
you won't overcurrent the winding. But what you'll do is build up very high peak voltages across the primary and break things down. Well, a good way to do it is you have arc gaps on the primary and arc gaps on the secondary, and you set things up where under normal modulation you don't flash over the primary gaps unless you're hitting it real hard. You know, if you are nailing the baseline a bit. And once you get that established, then you start to come down on the secondary gaps. And then if you bring in the secondary gaps enough so the secondary gap fires, it probably would cause the primary gap to fire because of the semi-unloaded voltage. So at that point, you back off on the secondary. The mentality being that if you have something screwy that goes on with the PA, where the PA tube does something strange to produce, you know, like an oscillatory load or something like that, or some kind of a spike transient, like the RF to the grid gets suddenly interrupted, you could have a transient of that very narrow, very much a spike, that the mod transformer, you know, being reflected back to the primary now, would rely on those gaps to fire, but it's whether or not the mod transformer would want to pass that very narrow pulse. So you're going to want something as a snubber, if you know what I mean. Sure. Yep, across the, well, putting it across the mod reactor is just about the same thing as putting it across the secondary of the mod transformer, because electrically they're pretty much in parallel with each other with just a condenser. So that'd do the same thing. And like I said, you have a lot of monkey see, monkey do, and people put that damn arc gap across the secondary and wondering why so many mod transformers break. Yeah, well, having the gap on the primary side is the first line of defense. So in other words, this so-called new circuit you're using is nothing more than a diode with the cathode to the modulated DC, and where's the anode go? Right directly to ground? Okay. Well, the 3-diode circuit that I use is similar in that the negative cycle loading part of it is in a similar manner, where the load resistor is probably half that of the Class C load impedance, but then again, it's dependent on the source impedance of the modulator. There's a lot of ands, ifs, whys, but-fors, and wherefores that, as far as determining the value of the resistor. Then you have the series pass diode, and then you have the negative cycle unloading diode, which, is on the other side of the series pass diode, and then you have an appropriate value resistor, and that goes to your reference voltage. So your reference voltage may be, typically I run about 10% of the plate supply voltage, so that when you begin to reach 90%, then you start seeing a little bit of conduction. So, there's a school of thought with a number of people that they don't have any resistors, they just have the reference voltage, and that just produces a hard clip before you hit 100% negative. And that's not good either, because, you look at the scope and you're not quite hitting the baseline, but the clipping effect is the same thing as hitting the baseline. So by playing around with the values of resistors, you induce what I would call a soft clipping effect, which is not really noticeable. Oh, sure. And that I, can see that it makes a good modulation indicator. I thought of doing something like that. I'm sure you're familiar with the TV set high voltage rectifiers like the IB3 and the higher current versions like the 3A3 and all that. Well, basically, those tubes have extremely high PIV. And I often thought of, say, you take a high voltage TV set, high voltage rectifier, and you have to come up with a filament transformer that's got very good breakdown rating. That's the only thing. So the cathode goes to the modulated DC. The anode goes through a neon bulb, say a good sized one where you can see it, and you have a reference voltage of like a positive 100 volts, so that before you hit the baseline, the neon bulb will begin to flicker to tell you that you're approaching the danger zone of hitting the baseline. And the thing is that the high voltage rectifier tube has got such a high surge impedance, if you would call it, or forward drop under current, that it would not have any kind of a loading effect on the modulator one way or the other. Which begs the question, mercury vapor tubes are only good to so high a frequency before they start getting weird. So, how are they going to behave with, say, up to 10 kilohertz of audio? Now, I've never seen any information on the highest frequency a mercury vapor tube may be used at. I've heard that name, Brune. I'd be curious to see that article, but then again, back in the day, nobody played around, or very few people played around with high Fidelity D audio. It was all 300 to 3,000 cycle. So I think that may be the upper limit for mercury vapor tubes. Yep, probably did. But obviously, to take advantage of anything like that, you gotta have much greater audio power than what they consider to be necessary to make 100% modulation. Anyway, probably boring the hell out of the others, and I gotta be heading off to bed here shortly.
Oh no, I just resisted the temptation to key on him.
Yeah, John is strapping on in.
Like I said, I just listened. I waited my turn. I figured sooner or later he'd finish talking.
Well, anyone who is heavily modifying or building up a big old buzzard-style plate-modulated transmitter, you might as well know that there's something else beyond just hooking the output of the modulator to modulate the PA stage, that there are various means and methods of controlling the negative peak to a degree and protecting the iron. And that, my friend, was a long time ago.
And that's the rest of the story.
When I lived in Pork Rod, it all depends on what time frame. Well, when I moved there in '68, all I had set up in my bedroom was a Crapbox 40. And I had the power supply, I think it was the power supply, but I had the modulator built for a very compact 500-watt transmitter, which I had to throw together a PA section, which I had enough stuff just to whip it together in less than a day. So it wound up being a 4-250 modulated by a pair of 811s, so 500 watts input, probably 350 out. You know, it wasn't built for high fidelity audio. I had an R13 mod transformer on the modulator section, and Then that transmitter went through a few twists and turns, and I wound up building a full RF section for it in 70, and it wound up being brought into Boston area when I lived in Alston from 70 to 71. That was the big rig in the city. And home in Porkrot in 70, I built up a single 813 modulated by a pair of 811s, and that was high fidelity. And leading up to that, I had my Cropbox 180, which was a pair of 6146s, originally modulated by a pair of 6BG6s with an R13 mod transformer. But when I got the 811 modulator together for the 813 rig, I had the 811 modulator sitting up on top of the Cropbox 180, and I disconnected the internal modulator and plumbed in the 811 modulator, so I was on the air with a decent sounding signal until sometime in 70 I got the power supplies and the rest of the 813 transmitter together, and that moved into my central room. And at the same score, I started building the 41000 rig, and I, was just on and off, putting the thing on the air and using it a bit and pissing off the neighbors with TVI and that kind of thing. It wasn't until I moved up here that I got the 41000 rig working well, and it took, a long process. But meanwhile, that compact 500-watt transmitter, when I brought it into the city and built up the new RF section, which was self-contained exciter, I went to a 4400 and 572Bs in the modulator, and then when I left, I brought the thing home, and I really didn't use it much at all. It was in the workshop area, and it remained behind after I moved out of Porkrot in 1975. My girlfriend and I moved up to Mechanic Falls. A year later, we moved to Skowhegan. Meanwhile, the transmitter and a receiver remained behind, and what is now my 160-meter dipole was the antenna that I had up in Porkrot. And I left the station together, and when I go to visit my mother over Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter even, I would always spend a little bit of time after the meal and fire things up and get on as Henry Yellar from Porkrot. And in 79 in the fall, my mother sold the property, and I took down the antenna and grabbed the receiver and the transmitter and pulled them out. And I dropped the transmitter off at the radio station where it sat around because I had to get all my gear out of there. So it was small enough where I could stash it underneath the workbench, and nobody was the wiser, as the ownership had changed, and they wanted me to get all my ham radio gear out of there. I used to have the 41000 rig at the station, and I'd load up the AM towers, a vertical, being a daytimer, and that was a very effective ant. So eventually the transmitter that I had brought up from Porkrot in 79, I got the thing on the air sometime in early 80 and started using it. Then the plate transformer, and it blew. And meanwhile, I had another plate transformer that was the one that was originally in it that blew about a week or two after I built it. And I'd taken the thing apart, and it was a breakdown from the primary to the secondary, and I fixed that. Lots of electrical tape. Rewound the primary with smaller gauge wire, so instead of delivering 2500, it delivers probably about 1800 volts. So I had since then given that transformer to a buddy of mine up here who was going to build an 813 linear, and he never did, so I got it back, put it in the compact 500-watt rig, and now it's been demoted down to maybe a 350-watt input transmitter. So I decided to go through it. I put a much better mod transformer in, an audio driver transformer, added more stuff to the control circuit. I painted up the cabinet flat greaser black and painted all the panels blue, put decorative knobs on the thing, and the FWAF WA1FAF wanted it, so he wound up with it for years, and it became known as the Blue Magoo. And then years later, the FAF had to sell it to make ends meet, because, he was still living in the house that he was trying to fix up to sell, going through a messy divorce. And so he sold it off, and a guy named Mike, known as QSL Mike, got it, and he had it for many years. It would show up, and then it would disappear. It had a convoluted history, and I thought it disappeared. At one time, his parents wanted to get rid of it because it had open high voltage. There was no back door on the 21-inch high rack, and I saw it sitting there at Haas Traders with a $250 price tag on. It's like, geez, I wanted it, but I'm not going to pay $250 for something that I built that didn't cost me anything, It was just a principle. But then after the fester, I thought about it. I was like, geez, I wish I had it because the fire happened. I lost everything. I didn't have a damn thing of any power. Well, I was working my way back up the ladder, so to speak. Well, as it is, I thought it'd be gone. And then a few years later, quite a number of years later at Nearfest, I run into QSL Mike. He, that much older. I didn't recognize him, and he said he still had it. So he got the thing on the air, and it was full of hum and distortion. He said it fell down a flight of stairs, but he got it pieced back together again, and yada, yada, yada. So, I wanted to get a hold of the thing, and then a little over a year and a half ago at the Fall Nearfest, he brought it up, he gave it to me, then I brought it in here and rehabbed it, made I DJS'd a number of things, cleaned it up. I got it working, 80, 75, 40, and 20 meters. I actually was able to neutralize the PA stage successfully, and took care of all the electrical safety issues. It's got a back door and stuff added to the control circuitry, and it works very well. I have to plumb it in. I've got to plumb it in. So maybe that's what you heard me on, but that thing's better than 50 years old now. This WA1H LR. Geez, I keep forgetting the band goes along at night still. I'll see you later, Bruce, if you're able to hear me. Anyway, John, assuming that you're hanging in there, I got to get out of here. I can't burn the candle at both ends here. Any QPC from WA1H and YLR.
All right, Tim. I feel like the red-haired stepchild here. I've been waiting patiently. I've been seen, but I ain't been heard. All right. I'll talk to you later, Tim. My 7/3.
Yep. Well, some evening we'll have to catch up, but lately my whole schedule, well, I don't have a schedule. Just for a while I'll be crashing, waking up around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, come out here, playing a radio for an hour or so, and then by now I'm heading off to bed. Somebody transmitting?
And I tell you, they had good steaks, the best I ever heard. What they want, but that better up that there in Long Island and Detroit was really doing a real good job.
Boy, there's a few sweet signals in there.
Oh, is my signal piss weak?
No. Yeah, but there's a few others that are.
AK4, copy made.
K4KYV. I just got this contraption back on 75. I was on 40 meters a while ago and talked to Robert, but then we lost each other. So I thought I'd fire it up here on this band. And Tim, I'm hearing you are quite well, but everybody else seemed to be just about piss weak, and I think I was hearing Bruce okay, but I feel like mostly piss weak, except Tim, I am hearing you. This is K4KYV.
Yeah, I don't know if you were hearing John, NAQPC. Yeah, I'm ready for bed, Dawn. I hate to tell you.
Well, that's understandable. I might do the same thing myself here very shortly, but I just thought I'd jump in and say hello anyway.
Well, at least you're set up, so you put your big transmitter up on 40, eh?
It's not this transmitter. It was the 8005. It was modulated by 838's rig.
Yep. You know, I was thinking of getting up on 40 this evening, but I just never seem to get there.
Yeah, I was hearing there was Bruce. It was WA3 VJ Bruce and Robert W0VMC were in there, and I think Bruce signed out about the time I called in. But then Robert couldn't hear me. I could hear Robert. He'd lost a lot of signal strength by then, but then Robert couldn't hear me. But the band just went along on us. So that's so I went to a lot of trouble to because I had the station set up on 160, so I moved it to 40 meters, and then so now I'm on 75. I'll probably just keep it here on 75.
Yeah, I was on 160 earlier. Thursdays is 160 meter night, and conditions, local conditions were very good. And I was getting real tired. Everybody else was getting real tired, so I turned everything off, listened on the rice blocks, and heard Bruce JVJ not JVJ, but 2XR, and a few others. So I jumped in, and then the conversation, on my part, went off the rails. So I find out if I don't get my sleep, I really pay for it the following day. Yeah, same here. I just feel like I'm dragging my ass the next day, but. I'm good for a little while here, though. It's still kind of early for me, but I don't stay up as late as I used to, just kind of pretty much for the same reason. So I don't know if John in Detroit, I think he wasn't that who was on frequency? I haven't heard John yet, so in fact I'm not sure which John it is, what its call sign is. No, yeah, see, I know who it is. I just can't remember the call sign, but I haven't really heard John yet. Oh, you there, John? Do you hear Don? Yeah, I think he called it a night.
Yeah, or else the band crapped out between us, but I didn't hear anybody in there myself. But anyway, well, I won't hold you if you want to get to bed, but at least I did get the rig on 75, and I am being heard. I don't know if I'm going to hang in here much longer or not. Bed's not as quiet tonight. Last night it was, just like the middle of winter. There was no static. I was on 160 till, just very, very quiet conditions. But tonight I'm beginning to hear a little bit of static come through, and then, so it's probably, more storms headed this way. But anyway, well, don't let me hold you if you want to get to bed. WA1HLR from K4KYV.
Yep, I'll get out of here, Don. Trying to get out for a while. Yep. I hear little static crashes way in the background. And on 160 there was popcorn static. Indicative of a snow squall somewhere. So it was like this underlying underneath everybody that was weak, but nobody was weak. It was just there in between people's transmissions. I'll see you later, Don. K4 KYV from WA1HLR.
Last night, both 75 and 160, there was just a white noise. I don't know what it was, but it was very loud, just kind of a white noise hiss all over the bands. And I'm not sure what caused that condition. I could hear signals okay, but if they drop down, if they're fading down, they very quickly dropped under that noise. But it was on both bands, just completely, everywhere I tuned, and I was wondering now, is that just natural atmospheric background noise, or I was wondering if it was some kind of spread spectrum garbage somebody was using somewhere that was completely, I didn't listen on 40, but on 75 and 160, it was everywhere. And talking about snowstorm, we actually got some snow yesterday. Of course, no accumulation, but I guess it was a period of about, maybe 5 minutes. It was coming down pretty hard, and then that was it. Anyway, catch you later. WA1HLR from K4KYV.
Later.
This is K4KYV. Anybody around? Bye.